Now, so like I said before, my name is Bolu Abiodun. I'm a reporter at Techpoint. Some of you might know me, most of you don't, like I said before. All right, so we'll be kicking off shortly, very soon. So yeah, but before we go, there's always been a story I want to tell an audience like this. I was waiting for the time I will blow, but I've not blew, but I've blew small. So yeah, so I joined Techpoint last year as an intern in May. Yeah. I remember when I was doing my interview, and I already knew a bit about blockchain technology. I was going on and on about blockchain, and they're like, oh wow, okay. And they got excited about blockchain. I'm sure by now Techpoint is like, this guy was just boboing us there. All right. Yeah, but I'm sure they don't think that, because if they did, we won't be having an event like this, a blockchain focused event, and it's an amazing technology, right? I'm sure you think that too, and that's why you are here. So I'm sure you learn more about blockchain, know more about blockchain. Who is excited to learn more about blockchain? Just say, ooh. Okay, this new audience were the ones I was waiting for before. The ones that came earlier, I don't know. And they paid, and they were not excited. If I paid for an event and, I would be excited. Even if, I was stuttering at first, when I came on stage at first. And I would go and meet the MC, I was dragging by his shirt. I was like, this is not what I paid for. You can't be stuttering on stage. All right. So I'm just going to check with our technical team. Once they're set, I'll call on our keynote speaker. I'll be introducing him before I call him on stage. Let me just check with our technical team, and I'll do that shortly. Give me a minute. All right. So our keynote speaker for this amazing event is Chris Izu Okafor, the COO of Patricia Technologies. Please, a round of applause for him. Please, let's keep clapping as he climbs on stage. Thank you so much, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. It's a more excited crowd I'm happy to talk to. The first time he came, I was like, what's going on? All right. It's always exciting that we can have these conversations. It's always important that the ecosystem can continue to make sure that we're gathered and we can, hear these ideas about blockchain. We can talk about blockchain in a way that, transcends whatever the other society who are still coming to terms with it are doing. Today, I'll be, giving a keynote speech, and I'll be talking strictly on Web3, Africa's future in the Web3 era. And so I'll be basing my conversation a lot of times, right? Most people come with the idea of, these tech people, what's Web3? We have not finished solving hunger. People are hungry, there's poverty. But I like to understand that relatability is very important, especially, in Africa, especially with the society that we are. So it's important that I will try to make sure that I try to relate blockchain and Web3 to our realities as much as possible. I think it's important we tell our stories also from that direction so that we can have more adoption, right? Because that's the goal. The more people who are into DeFi, blockchain, the more it's better for the ecosystem, the more it's better for the communities. And the very important part is that we can use economic leverage that, the blockchain gives us to, get more people out of poverty, affect and impact our societies. So what's Web3? It's a buzzword. So yes, it's a buzzword. So what's Web3? People say Web3 is the future, blockchain is the future. Simply, it's basically the internet. built on the blockchain, right? And although that's, in its simplified form, what it tends to do is that it combines the power of the internet, the read and write internet like we know it, and puts it in a way that it can harness the advantages that blockchain gives us. Tokenomics is the currency in Web3, and also it's able to give us distributed and decentralized data that we are able to control, not the big tech companies, not the, you are in control of a lot of things that happen in Web3. The individual has so much power, and that's really important for the story that we're going to tell. Another thing, like I said, is the opportunities that Web3 gives us, the opportunities to move our societies from where we find it to a much more happier place, a much more place where people can relate to a lot of the work that we are doing. First off, I didn't introduce myself, so I'll come back to it. I'm Chris, and I work at Patricia. And the work we do at Patricia is cut off blockchain. We deal in cryptocurrency. And one of the messages we try to pass is how cryptocurrency can be used every day by everyday people. So what we've done in 2020, we released the first West African Bitcoin debit card, where you could, go to a club and pay with Bitcoin with your card. You could, buy stuff in the local marts with your Bitcoin debit card. We also have a product called Refill. With that, you could pay for subscriptions, pay for airtime, buy your airtime, all with Bitcoin. So that's one of the advantages that blockchain gives you. So back to Web3, right? What are the opportunities that Web3 gives us? What are the relatability that we can connect it to? Like I said, I'll be dealing more on the connection that we can get from Web3 so that it doesn't look like a foreign concept. So when I'm not working at Patricia, I'm running an MBA at the Lagos Business School, and I'm always, fighting with my colleagues. Web3, that's not what we are dealing with now. Are you not seeing what's happening? It's difficult to actually get them to understand the work that we are doing. So some of the questions I will be answering is what tokenization can solve, right? There's a question of SMEs today in Nigeria. A lot of people don't have access to capital. Talking about the capital markets, there was a conversation that I was a part of on Thursday, and a lot of people were saying, what's capital market? How do I access? People in Alaba, how would they access capital? You don't know what capital markets are, right? How do we get that down to the regular people? And this solves it, right? Tokenization. It answers the question, and especially with the DAOs, and how people can pull funds together and actually use it. It's going to be the future of venture capital. It's going to be the future of funding, and it's important that we understand that we have to be able to drive the narrations around this type of concepts down to people. With the question of ICOs and protocols, decisions on business is going to be more direct, right? Governing protocols and all of that is going to help us understand decisions that are taken. You can't just make those calls on your own as if maybe your government. People come together and decide to use funds, right? And it can be done in a way that it is managed by these things. Another of it is basically P2P is happening now, and that's because of some policies that have been put in place. And tokenization is something that brings that to the everyday life of people. So a lot of times, right, people say, these things, where do they even happen? Like I was discussing with a colleague and say, how do these transactions, what do people use, Bitcoin and blockchain for in Nigeria, if not, scams? And it was really funny because, and it was an opportunity to actually educate someone on how, blockchain can directly affect our lives. So I took him to someone in Alaba. So what this guy does, out of school, doesn't really, have a job, a direct job. So what he does is that he knows a lot of SMEs, right, that want to import stuff, and they can access dollars. They import second-hand clothes and all of that, and they can't access the dollar. They don't have these bank people to call. They don't even know how the process works because it's not clear. And what he does is that he takes their fiat, right? He takes their money. He does business through blockchain, that's crypto, connects to the buyers in China, does the payments for them, takes, off commissions off it, brings these things in for them, and that keeps that community going. They're able to do business. SMEs are happy. And these are the direct ways that people don't know how these things affect us on a day-to-day, and it's important that these stories are told from that perspective also. Also, we're going to talk about how, with tokens, participants can also, like I said, direct governing functions. So DeFi gives us that ability to be able to make these connections. You have people with the same type of ideas. You're not going to have infiltrations because there are smart contracts there to direct the funds exactly where it's supposed to go to. And these are the stories that we should tell about how blockchain can actually change lots of things for us. We see what's happening with, even our political process today, right? And I'm going to always try to drag us down to how these things affect us in reality, right? And you can almost just touch how our political process could be made better with a Web3 identity, with the wallet identity. It's almost like it's an opportunity that is just there and it's going to come. But we have to keep these things going. We have to keep this type of conversations going so that more people can get ideas on how we can leverage these opportunities. So NFTs, DAOs, DeFi, and the metaverse. These are concepts that are every day identified with Web3, the internet of the future, the blockchain internet. So what does Africa, where are we now in terms of these concepts? Where are we in NFTs? And the story has been so beautiful. Over the last year and a half, the NFT markets has done, billions of transactions. A lot of those transactions also, pass through Africa. And it's really amazing because, like I said, these are personal. I always like to drive personalized stories. So there's a popular NFT account on Twitter. She's a personal friend, and I think last year she was working at the customer care center, but she wasn't happy, because she was really good at art. And, she was like, these NFTs, how do I, mint my work and put it out there? Because I think that they are good, but, I'm not being priced. She does jobs and they're saying, no, let me give you 5K. And she knows that, these things are worth more. And the conversations, around that we had were, why not, try NFTs, mint these things? And she wanted to mint, and she saw, $160, $80. How much do they buy these things? And it was really beautiful because after she minted her work, started building her community, and eventually I think she sold out 3 times now. She sold out 3 times now, and it's a really beautiful story because now she has left that job and she's a full-time NFT artist today. So these are the stories that economically directs us to see that how Africa can actually leverage these things. We've evolved, right? And also value has evolved. So NFTs have come to even much more than that, create communities where people can, ascribe value. Before, ascribing value to these things had to do with people who call the shots, this is great, this is what you should collect. But today we have content creators who are making so much out of NFTs because they're able to harness their communities, they're able to harness that value, and all the indigenous things that used to give value are now, put on blockchain, and this is really beautiful to see. More Africans need to own NFTs, and the adoption is great, but, it could be better. So I just, took data and looked at where the current adoption is, and Africa is doing so well. We could see that Nigeria is number 3 in terms of countries that are adopting NFTs, and even in terms of, I think the research was done by Finder, and when they found out more Nigerians were more enthusiastic, about owning NFTs than any other country in the world, and it tells you how everyone wants to leverage. Nigerians are fantastic people. We are always happy to leverage on opportunities, and if these opportunities present themselves, we are actually going to take advantage of it. We're doing the work. A lot of NFT communities are budding, and you see these conversations happening, and you're happy because you know that this is where our future is. And the fact that a lot of young Nigerians are involved in this, it just brings so much joy to the ecosystem and to the country in general. So DAOs, right? DAOs are decentralized autonomous organizations. I mentioned it before. What this solve for us is really immense because capital is a big problem. Access to capital is one of the biggest problems that we experience here in this part of the world. We are an emerging economy, so it means that a lot of Nigerians are poor. But we can harness a lot of what we have on Web3 to be able to answer these questions, right? DOs create the best practices for digital communication coordination, and that's a superpower in its own. Like I mentioned, they really excite me, right? DOs and some communities I've seen have been really, involved in, fantastic projects, leveraging across DOs, NFTs, and it's really amazing to see. Protocols and governing structures, they create, exciting possibilities for the future of corporate governance. It's only normal that power comes to the people. And with DeFi and DAOs, we actually see that in reality. It's not just a concept anymore. It's what can actually be. Fluid work streams and smart contracts, they change how, tasks are delegated because we can see that protocols and governing structures, they can, determine what is going to happen when a particular thing is met, right? There's no need for a lot of arbitrary decisions are made by, politically. You know that when this happens, this fund is going to be released. When we want to invest in this particular, or I want my money to go to this particular startup, it is going to go to this particular startup. That's what DAOs give us, that ability to make sure that we are definitely using, our money or putting our monies where our mouth is. And this is happening today in Africa, and it's really exciting to see. I think my slides are. All right, I think I'm going to, I think my slides. All right, thank you. So, DeFi, Africa has the fastest growing economy. Africa has the fastest growing economy. A lot of countries in Africa have the fastest growing economies, right? And in terms of even to see how this plays out is in mobile money adoption. It's really immense that for an economy that is deemed emerging, that is deemed poor, we can have the highest adoption rate for the fastest adoption rate for mobile money, especially in Kenya, where M-Pesa holds true. This tells you how people can accept new technology if given the opportunity. And this tells you even the greater opportunities that we can leverage through DeFi. Although much of our finance is still controlled by central financial systems, but that's just a testament of what is to come. Recently, we saw the launch of CBDCs, and I always tell people that I am a bit happy that happened, because it paints the picture that digital money is real. It may not be decentralized. They may try to centralize it, but it's a story that they themselves have to know that they cannot ignore for so long, and it's come to be, right? And with CBDCs, it presents the first, advantage for us here in Nigeria to see that it's only a matter of time before DeFi actually takes really amazing roots in what we do. With the introduction of blockchain technology, it's now possible because DeFi enables, everyone to be their own bank with their own wallets. They could, do P2P on an amazing level that takes out all of the intermediaries. And these are some of the conversations that would happen here today. And it's important that we are constantly telling these stories. So basically, the final thing at what the opportunities gives us, which I've tried to explain, especially when it comes to relatability. We have the opportunity to drive a narrative shift. We have the opportunity to do that. Although not all stories, are positive. There's no single side to stories that are being told. There's been, especially recently, we've seen what happened in the stablecoin space, which has generated lots and lots of conversations as to how much of these utilities and how much of these coins are actually what they are supposed to be. But people people are people, right? And in the end, we must know that this is still very young in Africa. This is still very young in the world, and definitely is not going to be. There have been economic collapses because of, and even as at now, Sri Lanka is a country that's upside down because of economic policies that their central government and central banks have made. So things like this are not going to evaporate because it's happening in blockchain or Web3. We must just continue to encourage ourselves that are doing the right work to understand that we have a responsibility to shift the narrative to not ensure that we engage in projects or protocols or even coins that are try to do harmful things to the ecosystem in terms of storytelling and actually affecting the ecosystem negatively. So you've heard stories of rug pulling across different projects. You have stories of coins that seem like they were shit coins and try to take people's money, but we must all try to hold ourselves accountable and be responsible, because the stories that are going to come out of this should be stories that we can use to leverage the adoption rate so that people can be much more comfortable and we can have much more investments in this space. Infrastructure. So a lot of Web3 maximalists, they don't like to hear Web2. But the future of Web3 is not just going to come on its own. It's not bad to leverage infrastructure. It's not bad to leverage Web2 infrastructure to actually build these things that are going to eventually change the way finance is done in Africa and even in the world. So we must not be afraid to leverage current infrastructures that we have. The technology is still new. We are still building. There's still mistakes that are going to happen. But there's just going to be much more positive stories like we've seen recently. We must also build communities, and that's where we are doing fantastically well. There's so much enriching and helpful communities across the Web3 space, the NFT communities, the DAOs, especially locally. And you see, sometimes I join these conversations on Twitter and you hear so much interesting ideas that people are trying to bring to life. And it's just amazing that we can do these things. We have to harness community as a means of education, as a means of connecting more people to the space of driving adoption. And telling stories like this is where Techpoint has come in, and they are doing really, really well in making sure that we are all here together to listen to conversations, to ask questions, to ensure that we are totally primed as to what Web3 can be or is for us right now. The last one, which we cannot overemphasize, is education. Like I said at the beginning of when I started talking, people are not entirely, like we have to understand the realities of where we are as a country and as a continent. We're an emerging economy, we're a poor continent by some standards, but we are trying to make sure that more people can adopt Web3. We're trying to make sure that we can pass these messages across, and if we cannot relate it to the direct problems that we have, if we cannot relate it to the everyday problems that we have, if our solutions are not speaking for economic leverage for the average person, it's just going to be theory, and it's not going to make these conversations have actual impact. We're doing already amazingly well. There's so much positive stories from the NFT space as to how it has made people even millionaires. It's really fantastic that you hear these things, and the value that these things have created is only important that we keep telling these stories. It's only important that we keep having more people adopt Web3 and understand it as how it can affect their lives. Today we're going to have much more conversations on Web3, on blockchain, and it's really amazing that these guys are doing it, and I hope that we're able to harness all the positivity here today, go out there, build, make change happen, and change the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much, Chris. That was a very insightful keynote. I'm sure we've learned one or two things about Web3, crypto, blockchain, and things like that. Yeah, crypto, interesting stuff. until you start losing money. Yeah. So the market is. I'm sure the crypto. We all know the crypto market is going through a lot right now. I don't want to talk too much on that. So some people will not get PTSD. All right. So there's Wi-Fi. You can connect to the Wi-Fi. Just look for Marriott Bonvoy _ conference SSID. Okay, so the access code is TP, that's lowercase, TP 2234. TP lowercase 2234. Okay, and there's another access code. And make sure you join as a guest. So once you join that Wi-Fi network, you see a list of options. Just join as guest. So there's another access code in case that doesn't work or in case it's full already. Okay, so that's TP lowercase 2235. Okay, all right. So I'll be announcing it from time to time so you can connect. So now we'll be going to the next thing on the agenda, which is a panel session where we'll be talking about where Web3 and regulation meets. These conversations are, I find them a little bit complex. You have very few people that want to really talk about conversations like that, and trust me, we have the best people to talk about that. And then I think it's going to be complementing, a lot of things that Chris has said. And, as interesting as these things are, we also need to take regulation into consideration, because if we start adopting things that we can't control, or we adopt them in a way that is not safe enough for people, it can get really bad for a lot of people. So I'll be calling on senior reporter, my Oga, Emmanuel Paul. He's also a blockchain person like me. I remember I convinced him to invest in one particular coin like that, and he's still chasing me to today. The coin went to zero. We were even recently rug pulled. Greedy Nigerians were naturally greedy. So, all right. So I hope you will not spank me when he comes on stage. But Emmanuel Paul will be moderating the next session, and he'll be calling on stage the star-studded lineup of speakers that we have for that panel.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Emmanuel Paul, and I'm a reporter for Techpoint Africa. And the last year I was on this stage. Okay. They said I should shift to this place. Is it okay? Okay, thank you. Yes, last year I was on this stage and I was talking about crypto and the future. So since then I've become an even bigger skeptic of Web3. I'm sorry. And that is not because all the coins I have are bleeding currently. Totally not. And I'm not going to say anything further on that matter. So, yes, but when it comes to Web3 and cryptocurrencies, there are lots and lots of conversations to have. But when I saw the topic for this session, Web3 and regulations, finding the meeting point, we all know that regulations always catch up with innovations, right? But with Web3, it feels like they're on both extreme ends of the Atlantic. They are not close at all. So, but we're going to try, and there are so many possibilities that was running through my head. When it comes to NFTs, you're talking things about IP rights. When it comes to DAOs, you're talking about our entire political system as we know it. When it comes to exchanges, we're talking about capital markets. So there are several possibilities, but I'm going to leave the conversations to people who are smarter than me to come and talk about it today. So join me as we invite every distinguished people on stage to come and talk about Web3 and regulations. And coincidentally, the SEC, Nigeria Securities and Exchange Commission, just released a whole bunch of regulations for cryptocurrency exchanges, not just exchanges, the whole crypto market. So we're going to be talking about that and a lot of other things. So yeah, join me as we welcome Buki Ogunshaki, Principal and Head Sasochi of BBO Solicitors. Thank you very much for joining us today. Then we have Chimezie Chuta, founder and coordinator of the Blockchain Nigerian User Group. Please give him a round of applause. Welcome. Then we have Senator Ihenyin, president of Sivan and lead partner at Infusion Lawyers. Then we have Yomi Bilewomo, growth manager at Naira X. Is he here? Is he here? Is he? He's outside. Okay, so while we're waiting for Yomi to join us, we'll just kind of start the conversation, right? And the panel is actually a very, very balanced panel. I told Bolu, bombard the Securities and Exchange Commission with emails. They must be here. They must be here. But apparently, they decided not to be here. But the lineup we have now, once you have them, you actually have everything you need to know about the new SEC regulations. So, yeah, thank you very much, Chimezie Chuta and Senator and Buki. Thank you so much for having us here. So, we're going to be talking about, first things, we're going to be talking about the SEC regulations. What is the deal with that? And it's a very, very long document, but for the sake of this audience, what do you think are the most important things we should focus on in this newly released regulation? Mr. Chimezie, please help us with that.
Okay, thank you so much, Emmanuel, and thanks to Techpoint for organizing this event. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for also making our time to be here today, because the conversation will be very, very, very enriching to the knowledge that you need to weather the storm that is coming in the bear market, especially. All right, so the SEC guidelines for regulating virtual financial assets and the operators in the space released about a week ago directly points to areas that are important to them, because you have to understand that SEC's role is it regards the capital market in Nigeria. SEC Nigeria is under the Nigerian Capital Market Committee that is given the power to manage everything that happens in the capital market. So when they make rules or regulations that touch crypto and blockchain, it's as it relates to their oversight environment. And what is their main concern? They want to have investors' confidence and protection. Okay. Secondly, they want to encourage a balanced market environment where there will not be any single dominating parties, and among other things. So those are the things that they are really concerned about. They are not interested in the technology at all, and they've made that fact very clear. And in doing that, they have tried to make some rules that will guard people who want to deploy services in the crypto space as maybe custodial service providers for crypto assets, or people who want to launch a new token, because that will involve you getting fundings from the capital market or from the public. And thirdly, they want also control those who want to run digital asset exchanges where some of these digital assets will be exchanged. And they want to make sure that people are protected when they use them. So in fairness to them, regulating the way they want to regulate is not really bad, but our concern is that they have not looked at the broader perspective and thought of how they can encourage local innovation. Because directly, the amounts of money that have been stipulated for exchange operators directly excludes local participants who may not be able to come up with that amount of money. Okay, and of course, in our efforts to help them, when we got those drafts, we made inputs and we made suggestions that, of course, they ignored. All right.
Okay, thank you very much, Chimezie. So if you're in this audience, kindly use the, if you see any interesting thing or you hear any interesting thing, just use the hashtag tabs2022 and just share a lot about what we're doing right now. And if you have any questions, just kindly write them down. This session is going to thrive mainly on your contributions to this conversation. So there are lots of questions which you probably have, which I didn't think of, but I'm sure we'll have an interesting conversation. So, Buki, you talked about the broader picture and the regulatory environment. So from a legal standpoint, do you think this was a necessary thing to happen at this point?
You're putting me on the spot, but then it's great to be here. Let me say that first. Thank you for inviting me. And thank you to the audience as well for your attendance. So regarding the broader picture, definitely SEC coming out with the regulations or rules is very key to the acceptance of crypto in Nigeria. So, and it's very important because before there is mass adoption, there needs to be regulation. Because with any emerging tech, we have what we call incoherence, where people don't understand the market, people are fearful of the market, and then we have bad players in the market as well. And just like you were even alluding to before we began about you not wanting to say anything about Web 3.0, people are afraid. And in order to allay the fears, SEC needs to come out with regulation to guide all the parties in the market, especially regarding bad actors, and like Chuta said, to prevent exploitation in the market and protect investors and players in the market as well. So very, very important for them to have come out with the rules. Now, regarding the rules themselves, I will support what Chuta said, that it's necessary. We must understand where SEC is coming from. But then again, SEC also needs to consider that this is a new technology. And considering the uniqueness of the tech, they need to consider that with the rules. And that's where we find there's not much coherence in both. Also, you have to consider that with new tech will come local innovation. And it's an opportunity for Nigeria and Africa to leapfrog. So why hinder that in some respects, if you understand what I mean? So those are the areas, the gray areas that we have regarding the rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Senator, in summary, do you think the SEC's rules are progressive or restricting?
Well, against the background of SEC's statutory duty to ensure a fair experience and open market for players, consumer protection and investment safety comes in. Against that background, the SEC has come up with these rules. Is it progressive? Is it otherwise? It's a progressive rule. It's pretty progressive. Let's not forget that before now, there has been no official recognition of virtual asset service providers in this country. Not a single entity of the government has taken a step, such as the step taken by the SEC, to say that we now officially recognize a sector called the virtual asset sector. That is key. Secondly, it is the first time ever that a government entity is recognizing players in this space. No one before now has said the exchanges are players in the Nigerian economy. For the first time, we have a rule saying that there is what you call digital asset exchanges, DAX, one side. For the first time, we have a rule saying we now recognize digital asset custodians. So if you're going to be keeping anyone's digital assets, storing, maintaining it in any way, for the first time, we're recognizing you as a player in this sector. Thirdly, it is the first time that we have a rule recognizing the, what's it called now? Initial coin offering. This is the first time. No African country, perhaps maybe except Mauritius, has actually recognized initial coin offering in its capital markets. That means that for the first time, entities, businesses can raise capital through digital assets, relying on these crowdfunding schemes called initial coin offering. So you imagine the SEC going through a white paper. That is the first time. It's unprecedented. And then last but not the least, for the first time, the SEC is saying that if you play in the digital asset space in Nigeria, you will come under what is called virtual asset service provider for the first time. And we have a registration system for that purpose. So yes, this is beautifully progressive. Now,
okay, thank you very much. So I know you were going to head somewhere, but I wanted someone else to address what you were probably about to address. So, it says this is progressive, right? And it's actually important that it is progressive. But two provisions in this new stood out to me. Number one, 500 million paid up capital, minimum. Now, we're in an era where we say people should stop thinking about holding ATH, all-time high, all-time lows, and all of that. Let's start building with crypto. Now, the minimum paid up capital of an exchange is 500 million. And there's a tricky provision, which I hope we'll get clarity there. An exchange CEO cannot stay more than 10 years in office. So what is your take from an industry, as an industry player?
Okay, so yeah, I agree with Senator. It's quite progressive in the sense that they are actually recognizing the crypto industry, right? So this is the first time, and this is like a first step to like recognition and acceptance that there's a crypto industry and we are willing to play there, right? So it's progressive in that sense. But as to like the regulations and the rules themselves, I feel like there's still a long way to go. This is only the first draft, right? There's a lot of opportunities for improvement and things to like get better. And I feel like there's also room for like the cryptocurrency community as well to contribute to these rules and regulations and say like, this is how we want to be governed. This is what's working in the globe, and this is what we believe would work for us. With regards the 500 million cap, I feel like, yes, it raises like the barrier of entry and it makes it really difficult for new players to enter. Well, I just hope that these are some of the things that they look to refine as they go forward when we come up with the regulations.
Okay, thank you very much. So now I think a pressing question that is probably on everybody's mind too is in February 5, 2021, the CBN released a circular prohibiting financial institutions from engaging in any cryptocurrency transaction, and that has caused a lot of heat in the crypto space for the past 1 year. So I guess the question on everybody's mind is how can the SEC regulations exist alongside the CBN's hostile stance? So I guess anyone can take this.
So, okay, yes. So I feel at this current point in time, right, what we have is an intention to like put some regulations in place. So the regulations are not yet in place, right? And then SEC has also like come out to say that their policies are not conflicting with CBN in any way at this point in time. So currently we're all like on the same page and we're all still like working towards like getting these regulations in place. And I feel like one of the things that we should understand is the CBN's policy is kind of like was the first like announcement or the first recognition that okay, cryptocurrency trading is going on, these things are happening in society. The first approach of every government before they understand it is to say, look, be careful. which is what the CBN has done, right? Now, the SEC has gone to do some research. They've come up with rules and all of these things. I believe that over a period of time, while they refine these rules and they get better, the CBN should be able to adopt these regulations in guiding like the cryptocurrency or digital assets. Right.
Okay.
I was going to add that the rules by SEC will probably give CBN more insight because they probably were not sure how to go about it with capital markets and accounting information and payments. But the rules now will give them more insight. So it's kind of like, I don't want to use the word forcing their hand, but at this point, CBN will need to come up with a policy on how banks can work with crypto transactions. And if you go through the rules, in the rules it does state that the payments are to be made via a registered bank account. So that, automatically brings CBN in, because if you are making the payments, then where are you making the payments to? You will need to make the payments into a registered account. And in order for you to have a registered account, you need to have it not illegal or at least allowed for you to register and get an account. So CBN, I believe, has some homework to do. I'm sure they've already been working behind the scenes anyway, but at least this gives them the push to come out with something, different. Thank you.
Yeah, in addition to that, on a very broad engagement, agency engagement, comprising the Central Bank, the SEC Nigeria, NIDA, and NFIU, okay? There is an understanding that once a virtual asset provider company initiates an intention to register, okay, then that expression of interest qualifies them to operate a bank account. And if it were a company whose account was previously restricted, that expression of interest also will enable that company to have the account unlocked and they can begin the process. So we have to understand that this journey of regulation didn't start today. It's far back as 2018. And SEC had been at the forefront of making sure that these things are dealt with. And where we are right now, like Senator has said, it has brought legitimacy to the industry. Secondly, we have gone away from the ghost mode that the industry was previously, because CBN refused to listen to industry players and organizations because they think we don't exist. We're invisible. But now SEC has made us visible and validated our presence in the space, and that's a good thing. And through the NFIU, I believe that CBN will have all the data that they need, all the information that used to scare them. Those data will be available to them, and I think will be resolving some of these issues in no distant time.
Yes, I would just like to add that we can't speculate, but if we follow what the CBN has expressly said when it introduced that restriction about 15 months ago, 4 things. 1, crypto can be used for money laundering and terrorism financing. 1. 2, crypto can be used for investment scams. 3, crypto can be used for fraudulent transactions. That's outside money laundering. And 4, terrorism financing. Like Chimezi has said, it's easy to see these as very compelling reasons why you should restrict crypto transactions in Nigerian financial and banking services if people transacting in these are seen as ghosts. But now, in terms of crypto being used for investment scams, it is the Securities and Exchange Commission that has the statutory role under the Investment and Securities Act 2007 to ensure that anything scam in the investment space is taken care of. Thankfully, we now have the SEC rules. We didn't have this 15 months ago. So on that score, the CBN is bound to actually review its stand as far as crypto being used for investment scams is concerned. This is not anyone doing anyone a favor. It's a duty. The second part, crypto being used for money laundering and financing terrorism. If anyone has been following the reports by the EFCC chairman himself, it's published, it's online, anyone can Google it. He said very point blankly that because cryptocurrencies are not regulated in a country, and because players in that space don't have any regulation by SEC and all of them, it is very difficult for them to invest issues around criminal transactions and all that. In other words, our law enforcement agencies have been in the dark because the CBN has a restriction. In other words, there was no KYC and all that, as CBN was saying. That has changed now, because if we look very closely at the rules, every player that is registered under SEC is now forced to also have AML KYC compliance. So that has been taken care of as well. So the CBN has to sit down on that score and review that. Lastly, on fraud and terrorism financing and all that, the Financial Action Task Force, the task force, FATF, has already evaluated this sector objectively and has said that we need regulation for virtual asset sector so that virtual assets will not be used to facilitate money laundering and financing terrorism. And we have been in the conversation, BNUG, CBAN, all of us, along with NFIU, SEC, saying that Nigeria now needs to ensure that there is more transparency in that space. That opacity, right, that the governor of the central bank was talking about before the Senate House of Assembly, the Senate and the House of Assembly, will now disappear because there is now going to be transparency because people will now register. Now, CBN is also bound to look at that area again and review its stand. We believe and we know that we are all on the same page when it comes to a sound, safe financial system. There is no financial system that will be sound and safe when you keep virtual sector in the dark. Now we're in the light. We can get it right.
All right. Thank you very much. Please clap if you want to clap. Yes, so I think the key takeaway there is whatever the CBN stance was 15 months ago, something has to change now. Very, very definitely. So I think for those of us here, I think your questions are even more important than my own. So if you have any question right now about the SEC's regulations, because the other part of the conversation is probably futuristic, probably premature, or maybe not premature, but if you have any questions surrounding the whole SEC regulations and how it applies to whatever you do in the crypto space, please, can I see your hands? Okay, number one, number two, and number three, number four. Please, can someone help me take note of the... Oh, there's someone at the extreme end? Okay, thank you very much. So let's have number one.
Hello, my name is Kinde Adeleke. So I wrote a couple of questions down, but I'll just ask one because of other people. So yeah, so I feel regulation feels like we're threading on thin ice, right? And personally, I don't agree with the SEC regulation at all, because I don't think it's possible for the current establishments to approve of something that would upend their control. It doesn't seem realistic to me, because now I have a code. I don't want to give others the code. So, like if you think of traditional finance and all of the things our central bank is involved with, Like, we know the current state of our economy. It's visible for everybody to see. So it doesn't seem feasible, and people are not talking about that. It's not feasible for them to want to approve of a decentralized structure where they don't have control of. Like, I've personally had to think about that. So how do we have that conversation where we know that there is no way, the current establishment is going to approve of this? Like, even for the ICO of Ethereum that started in 2017, they had to find loopholes to make sure that ICOs are not seen as securities, because securities can be regulated and stuff. So how do we have that conversation, right? And I'm mostly pointing some of my questions to, sorry, I forgot your name, sir.
Senator?
Yeah, to Senator, because you mentioned money laundering and, terrorism and stuff. But then, even before the advent of decentralized structures, right, KYC attached account were also used to fund terrorism and money laundering and fraud. So, and all of that hasn't been solved. So it just seems like an excuse to blame all of this on decentralized structure, because we know that, if we allow all of this to come, we won't be able to retain our power. So I think, I think we should start to address that, or how do we come to have that conversation? So that's my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I agree with you that when it comes to the decentralized space, which is what blockchain is essentially about, decentralization and a permissionless community where transactions can happen. I can be a lender, I can be a banker, I can be a borrower, I can be an insurer, including the insured, with this technology without needing any license. Now, that said, I also know that because this is the first step by the SEC, probably they have taken a very conservative stand. If anyone has noticed, the SEC has tried as much as possible to avoid focusing on the technology and focusing on the players instead. That's what the SEC rules have done. So it's not really interested in what the technology has done. Nothing at all. It didn't look at the features of the technology, decentralization, transparency, traceability, and all that stuff we talk about crypto. They are just interested in the players. If you are a player that offers services around crypto or digital assets, you are expected to get a license. I think that is an important first step anyway, so that they know the players. For lawyers in the house, lawyers usually like to focus on the acts of parties rather than the technology. Because if we keep focusing on technology, actually, technology will keep changing. Today it's blockchain technology. Who knows? Some people are already talking about a technology that will wipe out blockchain in less than 5 years from now, whether true or false. So do we need the SEC to keep changing the rules when technology change? So we need to focus on the actors, actually. Where I give it to players in the space when it comes to decentralization, all that rule, I've also reviewed it, and it doesn't make any effort at all at trying to understand how the decentralized space work. So for instance, we talk about initial DEX offering. The rules is completely quiet about that. And I don't know how is that going to happen. Because ICOs actually practically died after a very suicidal outing in 2017. People are talking more about IDOs now. The rules are completely, quiet about that. Coming to the KYC and all that money laundering issue, I didn't say so. It was the CBN that said so. And I think they have a point. Now, let's not get it twisted. In 2017, the same CBN issued a statement telling all of the financial institutions, including the banks, that be very careful about guys from the crypto space. But if you must deal with them, ensure that you apply KYC, AML, CFT. That was very sound. And that is what I expect the CBN will also go back to, rather than this shut it all down approach. So KYC is forever important. I don't know about decentralized space. If you're running a decentralized product, right, no one is probably going to expect you to come for a license because there's no company, there's no entity, it's all smart contracts. I agree that all that there's a big gap in the rules. But again, let's see what happens. This is the first step by the SEC, and this is where the engagements come in. I'm the president of CBAN, and I also am secretary in some other entities where operators in the space are. And they're having general complaints about the lack of engagement. They believe predominantly that they were not engaged when these things were going on. Perhaps if that engagement had happened, most of the stuff that operators are now reacting to could have been probably avoided. Thank you.
Okay, let me just add something to that. Yes, the technology regulation is not sex job, and we have a completely different regulatory agency that is focused on that, and that's NIDA, National Agency for Technology Development. And as far back as 2019, we've begun working on a national blockchain adoption strategy document, which primarily will define certain policies that will guide people who want to deploy decentralized protocols. Okay, and it's regulatable. Okay, there is nothing about it that is difficult, like that you cannot regulate. That you have servers or nodes scattered in different regions of the world doesn't mean that those nodes doesn't translate into footprints in physical locations somewhere. So it's regulatable. The technology can be regulated. Okay, so I can tell you that without mincing word about that. And when that policy document comes out, it will clearly define how people and startups and businesses that want to deploy decentralized applications, or you want to deploy a decentralized protocol, there will be rules that will guide how it goes around. Now, whether or not, because you have to understand that there are open blockchains and also there are, blockchains that are private. Open blockchains, yes, it's difficult for you to regulate the technology of open blockchains. But you're going to find that as we progress in this technology, we're going to see a much more use of centralized blockchain technologies by entities that want to deploy solutions, and they will be regulated. You don't want Nigerian Stock Exchange to deploy their exchange on the Bitcoin network, or you don't want any of the government entities to put everything. It's not everything that should be on the public blockchain. In fact, for the sake of security, you don't use public blockchains for critical kinds of data that you don't want people to have access to openly like that. And there'll be a whole lot of people who will come into the space, and those are the kind of technology they will use. CBDCs are going to be running on private blockchains. Most of the supply chain platforms that we're going to be using will be running on private blockchains. Most medical platforms, they will be on private blockchains. So many of these infrastructure, when we enter the mass adoption era, you will now see and understand what I'm trying to explain, that it's not going to be open, decentralized protocols all the way. The mass adoption will utilize private networks and private blockchains.
Yeah, so I wanted to add that in line with what Senator and Chuta have said, in the rules by SEC, we find that there is a section that actually asks the DAOPs, the digital asset offering platforms, to submit documentation on their tech. So they need to submit source codes, they need to submit flowcharts on how their tech works. Okay, and so SEC is going to be going through many of these documents and finding out how they're operating. So it's part of the requirements to register right now under SEC. And I believe that this will cause SEC to further understand the players, the tech, and to also, within its own organization, follow through with revolution. Because SEC won't be able to remain this way SEC is. They will need to come up with new systems within the organization to be able to, like Chuta said, to be able to regulate these centralized systems. Because we will see from, I'm sure they will see from the documentation that many of them actually have mixed blockchains. Some of them are hybrid, some of them do parts of their tech off-chain and on-chain. So they're going to be, studying all of this and then now using that to help them further revise the rules.
All right. So do we have an industry player here? Do you completely agree with what?
So I believe Chuta was right on the money. Like with more adoption, you have more central exchanges, which are kind of like the private bodies, and no government or like no country really want to leave their central bank digital currency on the block. Like they want to have it on the centralized exchange because they want to have policies around it to control like the usage and the regulation. And I also think that that's something that SEC could really like explore more when they want to like regulate digital currency, because that's really like the gateway. You have to find like a bridge where you marry the decentralized economy to the centralized economy. This is where like you exchange fiat for crypto or whatever it is, and by regulating like your CBDC or like your stable coins, you can basically like kind of like regulate the entire market.
Okay, so I think that brings a question to my head. Isn't the entire concept of decentralization not having a central authority? That's so if we're not having a central authority to regulate.
Okay, so let me say this. Everybody is always asking that question, right? But I believe that it's going to go both ways. So we're going to see many systems become more centralized, and then we're going to see the decentralized systems create their own governance structures, right? I think it's going to go both ways, but, it's debatable. It's debatable at the least. So the reason why I say this is because I belong to an organization where I do research work where for NFTs, although we haven't gotten there yet, but it's just an example, where for NFTs, you really do not need to go to the physical courts to get your matter resolved. You could have, we have systems that are on the blockchain that are decentralized justice, where you have judges, you have jurors, you have matters that are heard, and they are resolved on the blockchain. Now, this system is working independently of our physical courts on this hand. So that's why I believe that it will go both ways. But at the point of mass adoption and interoperability, many who are fearful will find themselves playing in the centralized space more as opposed to decentralized.
Okay.
The argument of decentralization and centralization has no end. Okay, so if you look at the Bitcoin network, depending on where you want to look at it from, some people say it is not really decentralized, and we know that it is the most decentralized protocol out there. There is an example for us to like point at. I've had people argue a couple of months ago before the crackdown on the Chinese miners, and they claim that majority of the mining platforms are all positioned in China as at then, and that means that China controls Bitcoin. Therefore, it is not really decentralized. But you see, it's an argument that can go on and on and on. They talk about Ethereum, the same thing. They talk about other newer blockchains like Solana, like Binance Smart Chain, and all that. See, without playing around the nomenclature itself, what is important is to understand the ingredient of decentralization, which is that there must be consensus before records are added to the block. And that is key. So whether it is being done by entities that know themselves, or entities that don't know themselves, or entities that are located in far distant places, or entities that are within a particular geographical location, the most important thing to note is that without consensus, nothing happens. And that's what you should really be focusing on, not the argument of decentralization, which can never convince anybody here about that. And you can also convince me too, all right? So that's just for that.
Okay, thank you, Chimezi. And I actually understand this perspective, but I think for us to really do justice to this whole issue of centralization, we need a whole event just to talk about it. Or we just do a podcast and trash it out for like 2 hours, just trashing every different dimensions to this conversation. So I guess I made a mistake with hashtag tabs2022 I said before, but it's actually hashtag tabs22. So please make that correction. But if you're online and you're listening to us, please know that you can actually, you're watching us, please know you can also ask your questions and we'll take them right here. So is that second person who wanted to ask a question? Someone at the back the other time. Okay, yes.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Tim Tokoyakintade from TechNest. You already mentioned what I wanted to say. Okay, apart from the fact that we have two government parastatals having contradictory stance in crypto, just last month, CBN sanctioned 5 banks for engaging in crypto transactions. And this month, SEC is coming with regulation. Okay, apart from that, regulation, KYC and the likes, and decentralization shouldn't come in the same sentence. They are mutually exclusive. If you are going to be doing regulation and the likes, you are going to be going against the core essence of the blockchain technology. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
No, okay, let's okay, yes. Yes, that was a very, very valid point, and I actually don't have anything to say. So yeah, this argument will not. You guys will just come and let's do a podcast. 1-2 hours. Let's talk about this thing. If you have the ears, so you listen. So yes, you wanted to ask a question, Mike, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Fisayo. For my background, I most recently just completed my program with the MIT in blockchain and disruptive technologies. I want to address my question to Buki. I work with the executive leadership of a company that wants to, let's say, venture into blockchain and different applications. Does the regulation we have in place qualify as sufficient for a company to actually go by and decide that, yes, we want to develop like a blockchain project and go live to serve potential customers? How will payments happen considering the banking side of it? If we raise a token, how is that all going to happen? Are the regulators going to come for us? You know, we are discussing and smiling in this conference, but if they are suing us, I don't know if you're going to be there, but help us. Is the regulation sufficient, or should organizations actually calm down, study, or should they be developing and waiting for CBN to hopefully sometime come around?
Okay, thank you for your question. I think, like we've established here, the regulation is a first step, right, in recognizing the parties. But I don't think it's, what's the word now? It covers everything. I don't think so. Personally, and from my research, I believe that there are different aspects to crypto. Chuta mentioned earlier that NIDA should be in charge of the infrastructure and the tech, right? And then SEC will handle the securities, making sure that investors are safe and that consumers are safe in whatever they decide to invest in. I also believe that CBN needs to come out with their rules for payments and cryptocurrencies, because that's under their umbrella. Then I also believe that there's another aspect of assets, which is the art, music, collectibles, and all of that. And I believe that at a point in time, the Broadcasting Commission or Copyright Commission will need to come in at some point for those kind of assets. So I believe that regulation should be divided into and classified according to use cases. So depending on the use case of the asset or the crypto, then we now know which regulatory agency should be in charge of that particular aspect. Having said that, I believe that for now, every virtual asset service provider should be looking at the rules. They should be speaking to legal organizations and getting the requirements that SEC has asked for, so the legal opinions, the white papers, the forms, everything they should be looking at, you know, gathering all of that together. If they don't have the funds, well, they can at least still get themselves ready for that particular point. And I believe that they should also engage SEC as well. Virtual asset providers should engage them, find out what you should be doing, what you need to be looking at. If you don't have all the requirements, what are the options for us? You know, I think they need to be having those conversations. And I believe that as time goes on, this is definitely not a sprint. This is only the beginning of the very, very long journey in the regulatory aspects for crypto assets. So I don't think any organization should throw in the towel and be like, well, we don't have 500 million or we don't have 30 million, so then what? But just engage, keep networking in the environment, get your legal teams in place, get all the other, there are so many requirements under those rules. We have risk management, we have governance structures, so many. So there's a lot of work to be done. They can be doing all of those meanwhile. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I want to just add something to that too, because you see, SEC rules does not mean that the position of blockchain technology in Nigeria, so to speak, has changed. Do you understand? No. In terms of, let's say your company or the company you represent wants to launch a product that will have an interaction with the Nigerian capital market. You're going to be deploying something that will involve people coming to your platform either to deposit money or exchange money or do some kind of receiving money from the public. That's when you have business with the SEC. Do you understand me? So if you are launching a project that it hasn't anything to do with any of those ones, because you can actually create a blockchain technology solution without issuing an ICO offering for your token. You may even not even go ahead to even issue a token. You can have some kind of internal mechanism that you can use in managing your governance within your application without saying, this is our token, we want to list it on an exchange. Do you understand? And secondly, if you're registering a company at CAC and you put blockchain or you put crypto, they will still say expunge. Blockchain technology and crypto is not recognized by Nigeria. They will still tell you that. What is going to change that is actually a national blockchain policy that will make it clear to all the government entities and personnel, this is what our policy is, this is our stand, this is what we are saying that this technology is. From then moving forward, then you will now have freedom to use those nomenclature in your CAC. And that responsibility lies squarely with the National Agency for Technology Development. And from inside scoop that is available, we know that it's nearing the point where it's going to get a presidential assent. Okay, so it's just processes. And when that assent is gotten, then typically, regulations should come after policies. All right? But SEC has to do this because the technology has already begun to involve people doing a whole lot of things. The train has already left the station itself, so that's why they have to bring the regulation.
All right. Yeah, yeah, cool.
I had one last follow-up that I think you can address.
Okay, can you keep it on
Yeah,
the
very,
for
very
now?
short.
Okay.
So the US, is it okay if I say? So the US has this debate classifying digital assets, either as assets or securities, or there's this debate, right? The SEC in the US thinks it's a security. Some other government parastatal in the US thinks it's an asset. So my question is, what is the lowest hanging fruit, right? Speaking to blockchain, I'm not talking about cryptocurrencies in particular. Speaking to blockchain generally, what do you see as the lowest hanging fruit that a company can actually execute using blockchain technology, right? Not speaking to just cryptocurrency or particular, yeah.
Okay. Any takers?
All right. It is important to take that talk from Chimize. What you will need to do in terms of regulation should depend on the nature of projects that you are going into. So to answer that question, what are the low-hanging fruits? It depends on the industry you want to disrupt. So if you're looking at savings and loans, for instance, I saw a project recently that wants to make it easy for people to enjoy savings and loans on the blockchain. You definitely know that the low-hanging fruits there may not even exist, because that is the area where the CBN is seated in the room. So if you're talking about real estate, for instance, those who want to create tokens and then have persons own some kind of part of a property, you are going to an area where even the SEC would be interested in, right? If we're going into NFTs, like Buki was saying, that probably is the lowest hanging fruit right now, because the SEC is not really looking at that space. CBN is not concerned about that space really, as long as you're not getting into money laundering and terrorism financing through NFTs, which we have seen these days via research. So look across all of the industries you want to, entertainment sector, sports. We have seen English football clubs launch fan tokens, right? That probably is a low-hanging fruit. If you're interested in reviving a Yimba and shooting stars, that's probably an area you want to look at. So I can't really tell you what you should do. It should depend on what product or service you want to offer. And like Buki has advised, always get the professionals involved. The lawyers should be able to advise what the risks are in terms of regulation and policy. And Chimeze was right on the point. Policy should be the first thing, really, not regulation before policy. But it's quite unfortunate. We haven't had, and I have to say this with all sense of responsibility, we haven't had a government that has a vision for the technology. That's what is lacking. So what the effect of that is that every entity or regulator will approach the technology from the point of view of its statutory duty. SEC is about consumer protection and investor safety. They will jump in and ensure that we don't care about innovators. CBN will also look at that area from a point of view of banking services and safety. So what we need, and what I think is lacking, is the national vision on blockchain and digital assets. Once we're able to take care of that, I see the different agencies now having a direction, sort of, within the framework or purview of their regulation. In India, for instance, it is the Minister of Finance in the government that is driving regulation for crypto in India. India shares a lot of similarities with Nigeria. So the question is, what is the Minister of Finance doing? What is the Minister of Finance position on blockchain and crypto? As far as I'm concerned, I have not seen a single publication from the Minister of Finance about blockchain and crypto in Nigeria. There is I'll say this now to round off. There is the talk by, or the advice, I would say, by the Vice President, Osinbajo, Professor Osinbajo, recently, saying to the CBN that there's a role for regulation when it comes to disruptive technologies, including crypto. Now, there's what we call the National Economic Council, which is chaired by the Vice President himself. And the CBN is a member of that National Economic Council. So the question we should be asking is how well our policymakers are engaging on the subject. I do not see a lot of engagement in that space. And I give the National Institute for, Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, a lot of applause for even taking that step towards something that looks like a national policy. But we need political backup in all this conversation, and that is lacking presently.
Okay.
For low-hanging fruit, just like Senator said, it'll be for the U.S., before they are able to determine whether an asset is a security or not, they subject it to the Howey test. And the Howey test is asking 4 very essential questions about the token or the assets that you are offering. Now, if you pass the Howey test and you are not offering any of those, you're not taking people's money and expecting the value to increase, and there are other questions that you ask yourself, then it's considered not a security. So I would say, prior to going into anything, look up the Howey test, ask yourself the questions prior to launching a product. So for now, the low-hanging fruit is probably NFTs. Even for NFTs with the real estate, if it qualifies as a security, even though it's real estate, it will probably come under a security token. But if it's not, when it comes to just NFTs or any other token that is offering any utility or service, just like maybe e-commerce, we're trading business to customer or business to business, then those will not, be high priority in the case for securities. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Buki. And yeah, I think that leads us to another aspect, NFTs. How many of us have minted an NFT here? Okay. How many of us want to mint NFTs? Oh, okay. Interesting. But how many of you don't understand what NFTs are at all? Okay. There's a breakout section going to address NFTs and what it is and how to go about it. But I guess from a regulatory standpoint, during our podcast a few weeks ago, I mentioned that every grandparent should start hiding their old pictures. So there's a lot of conversations around NFTs, who owns what. And of course, the universal consensus has always been whoever takes the picture is the owner of that picture, whoever took that picture. But now that there's a lot of money involved, people didn't care. They didn't even debate that thing. But now there's a lot of money involved, or potential for money. I think we're going to we have to resurrect that debate. So, but I guess the overarching question is, how do we think about regulations when it comes to NFTs? Because I see stuff that I don't understand. I honestly don't understand it. So, how do we, because you mentioned it as a low-hanging fruit. So,
okay, so yeah. For NFTs, right, what is an NFT? An NFT is a digital asset or token, which represents kind of like a digital signature on the blockchain representing ownership of an asset. And this could be in form of art, collectibles, music, it could be anything. It could even be real estate. So now, like we said, we're still in the beginning phases of all these things. It's going to continue to change and revolutionize. But right now, what the stance is that if you want to mint an NFT, first of all, who owns the rights to that image, right? Are you the one that took the image? Does the image belong to you before you put it on the blockchain? And then if you now ask yourself those questions, because they're copyright issues, they're IP issues. Now, if you now ask yourself those questions and it belongs to you completely, if it doesn't belong to you, that's another matter. If it doesn't belong to you completely, then you need to have an agreement drawn between yourself and whoever owns that particular image before you put it on the blockchain. Now, after putting it on the blockchain, there needs to be an agreement or license that specifies the exact rights that you are selling. Now, are you selling complete rights to that image, or are you holding on to the copyrights of that image, but you are licensing the image? So there are many things that people do not currently consider when they're minting an NFT. And that's why you probably will, most likely, will need to involve someone, maybe legal, who can help you draft these licenses. And then not just that, when you are minting the NFT, the license or agreement needs to be attached, or a link to the agreement needs to be attached to the image, so that whoever is buying, they are understanding the rights that are coming along with that NFT. Now, having said that, we have a case in the UK which was on Boss Beauties. The UK ruling specified or ruled that an NFT is now regarded as property, right? So it is property. So it can be seized, it can be frozen, it can be, because it's property because it goes along with the lines of attributes of a property. What's a property? Something that can be transferred, you can sell it, you can give it, you can exclude others' right to it because it now belongs to you, to the exclusion of others. So it is now classified as a property in the UK. And I think many other jurisdictions and regions will follow with this to educate people that it's actually a property. So we need to consider all of these things prior to minting an NFT. So therefore, you can't just go somewhere, take an image of someone's property, and then put it on the blockchain and say it belongs to you. There's going to be a problem down the line with this. And we have several cases in the US of people having cases in court on this. I know even Jay-Z has an NFT case in court because his producer puts an NFT on the blockchain and they're duking it out in court to find out who has rights to it and all of that. So it's a lot of tricky aspects, but that's a good basic for you.
Okay. All right. That's a whole lot.
Should I come in?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so in one forum that we had, I've forgotten, I think last year, I said something. I said that a lot of people go to jail because of this NFT thing. Okay, because, you know, the internet never forgets, and blockchain has even made it to be even like well-changed. You know, so you may mint an NFT now, you're selling and you're enjoying. 5 years from now, the NFT is going to still be there, and the original owner will finally catch up and he'll come and vomit all that money. Okay, so one thing about technology application that young people should understand is that technology is about solving problems. It's not primarily about money making. You understand? You know, you think about the problem you want to solve first, because anywhere in the world, anyone chooses to create value, the market will definitely return rewards to him, which can translate into money. Let me give you an example of a case of someone who utilized NFT for the right purpose. A youth corper somewhere, I think Ibadan or so, met an elderly man that drums. He does, all this Yoruba talking drumming stuff. And he's a very well advanced drummer in that remote place where he was serving. And typically he's supposed to be really someone who has made money out of his skills, because that's the only thing the man does for life. So you know what this young copper did? He took photographs of this elderly man and recorded some of his drummings and created NFTs for that man. And in the primary market, when he minted and sold, immediately that NFT was bought by someone else for about 1.2 million naira value in ETH. And because he had already told that man, see, this is what I want to do with your NFT. I'm going to, with your image and your performance, I'm going to take you and put you somewhere that you can make some money. And he said that he's going to share it with him 50-50. Gentleman agreement. And the young copper actually cashed out that money and brought live 600,000 naira to this elderly man. And the man said that since he had been living on earth, he has never seen that amount of money together before, talk less about being the owner of that amount of money. So you see, the application that we should be looking at is not how you can just find something, or maybe you can even carry your camera and go to somebody's house and snap somebody's house and run and go and mint on Polygon.
If I catch
you. The day the person that owns that house will catch you, do you understand? You will be in for it. Do you understand? So look more at solving problems. How can you solve problems with technology, for goodness sake? It's not about, how you can issue token and get someone to pump it and tell everybody, if you don't buy now, you'll cry tomorrow. And they'll buy. And next week, they'll start crying. Look at solving problems. Do you understand me? And that's the mentality that we should have as Africans. Don't join some of these Asians or some of these guys in the Far East, who are utilizing blockchain to fleet people. That shouldn't be the model that you should copy. We have many problems that you can solve in Africa that put money in your pocket using this tech. And I want to see as many of us creating these solutions, these values, ahead of the monies. And you will see them, because the money will be too much for you to even account for. I hope that makes sense to you guys.
All right. Thank you. Okay, we're running out of time.
That's a splendid one from Chimeze. I'll say this. She started by defining what NFTs are, but I think that we take it for granted what that definition really means. Digital representation of value. Digital representation of value. It presupposes that there is value that you are trying to protect using blockchain security system or ownership system. So the focus shouldn't be on the NFT itself. The focus should be on the value that the NFT is securing. Now, we've made nonsense of that value. Someone takes a picture or draws something anywhere and then expects Senator to buy. Senator, you're not encouraging me. What's happening? You're not buying. You are the CBAN president. You're not buying, and you're talking about blockchain.
Do it for the ecosystem.
Why should I buy? I do not see value in what you have tokenized. If you were Da Vinci and you tokenize your stuff, perhaps I'll see value if it's art. So let's focus on value. And value can be anything. It's not necessarily art or collectibles. Let's remember, there's a member of CBAN right now who is helping universities tokenize their transcripts or certificates using NFT. That's value. We have Agberos in Lagos selling fake tickets in bus or in our transport system. Let's see solutions in that area. Tokenized tickets. So why are we all chasing that grandma, that grandma's picture on the space? There's so much value we can tokenize. Thank you.
All right. So, yeah, thank you very much. And I guess this has been... Please clap, 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 clap. So, yeah, this has been an interesting one. And like we've all heard, if you're playing in any industry, watch out for the regulator that's supposed to be in charge of that industry. But that's a conversation for another day, because I just thought about logistics and NIPOST. But let's not go there. But for young people building stuff here in the blockchain space, in Web3 space, Yomi, do you have anything for them? Like how to navigate all these regulations and all of that as an active player?
Okay, so if you're trying to like work in the blockchain space, I think one of the first things that you learn quickly is that there's need for community. You have to have like a strong community around you that you can look to for support as well as guidance, and then you can always like grow together. Because that's like one of like the major tenets of like the blockchain. It's all about consensus, and having a community would go a long way to help you to grow.
All right. Thank you very much. So with that, we come to the end of this session. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned a lot. And thank you very much, my distinguished panelists. And yeah, thanks for just taking all the work from me. That's awesome. So yes, let's stand up for a picture.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, that was a very interesting panel session. I told you we have a star-studded lineup of speakers, and I'm sure you've seen that yourselves. You know, they know everything there is to know. You know, when it comes to the world of regulation, you know, regulating these things, you know, can be very tricky. You know, with issues of decentralizations, blah, 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 and stuff like that. So that'd been really interesting, you know, if you had, you know, someone from, like Emmanuel said, we really tried to get someone from the SEC or CBN here, but they didn't answer. If I catch them. I'm joking. I'm just joking. All right. So now we'll be moving to the next agenda, which are demo sessions from our sponsors. Yes, and they'll be ready in a few minutes. All right. Yeah, but before we go into that, I think, you know, they were talking about NFTs, and, you know, Senator said something about value, and I think that's really important. You know, it's time we stop seeing them, you know, as just something, you know, to make money with, but something to actually create value with. And I'm guilty, you know, in that regard. You know, since I learned about NFTs, I always just want to use NFTs to make money, you know. And then I learned about flipping NFTs on Solana, and then I watched YouTube videos, did this, did that, and I carried 2 Solana that I've been saving for a long time. 2 Solana. I went to Magic Eden. I saw some NFTs that were doing well, and I was like, okay, let me flip these ones. I bought NFTs. I wanted to flip. 2 hours, nobody bought. I reduced the price. Nobody bought. I reduced the price below the price I bought with. Nobody bought. The NFTs are still there till now. They are not doing anything. So there will be breakout sessions to address these things. I want to be there to learn, you know. I want to be more about, you know, when it comes to blockchain and crypto, I want to be more about, it's not just for making money, but there's something inside this my mind that just wants to make money from these things. I don't know why. And that's why I keep getting rock pulled. There was a time I invested in a particular coin. I don't know, the name was GST. And, my friend told me about it. I was like, nice coin. I took some BNB, and the funny thing is I've been holding these coins for a long time. I don't know the kind of stupid greed that entered me, and I saw GST and I invested. 2 hours later, like 10% increase. I said, oh, well, almost a week later, like 20,000% increase. I said, I'll buy 2 Benz, buy 1 house in Lekki. And then I realized I could not sell it. I almost cried. Really crazy stories. And, those are part of a lot of things we'll be addressing today, in our breakout sessions and things like that. That's the guy right there. He was the one that told me to buy GST. Look at him. $100 I bought GST. I don't know, $100 might not be a lot to you, but it's a lot of money to me. And I'm not happy till now. I saw $100 rose to almost $1 million. I was like, oh, well. All right. So before I take all the time for our sponsors, we'll be having on stage Polygon representative. That's Shodipo. All right, Shodipo Ayomide will be coming on stage for Polygon. Hello, Shodipo. Nice to finally meet you. Yeah. Sorry.
One sec. Oh, okay, the video. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Hi, everyone. How's everything going? How's everything going, guys? Hi. Are we here? Awesome. So let me just do a room kind of thing. So if you heard about Polygon before, just let me see your hands. You've heard about Polygon somehow, somewhere. Nice. Makes sense. Okay. So can we have the slides up? Or I don't know. Can we have the slides up? So I'll be talking a little bit about building decentralized applications on Polygon. So the idea of this thing here is we want to turn projects to businesses. It's not just about projects remaining projects, right? We want projects to be businesses, and we want those businesses to scale, right? You want to go to one chain where you just don't, for example, people say, okay, let's say, what if like V2 of like Ethereum comes out, where's Polygon going to be? But the definition of Polygon is not just like how should I put it? Like we define Ethereum as a scaling solution. Oh, perfect, thank you. A scaling solution for Ethereum. That's the idea. Oh, Ugo, my guy. Good to see you, man. So it's a scaling solution. It's a scaling solution. So it's going nowhere. It's not just one solution about gas fees and all of that, right? And if you're thinking about turning projects to businesses, you're looking at benefits, right? You're looking at, okay, what can this, because to be honest, right, when you're moving from the aspect of, let's say I'm running a project to I want to run a business, right, the engineering factor is still a significant one, but to be honest, right, I will put scaling over because you have that scaling factor. You know how hard it is. So you need one-stop shop where you know, okay, here I can scale anything. So my name is Shodik Bayomide. I am the global head for developer advocacy at Polygon. And so if we talk about decentralized application, for those who are new, comprised of three major things. There's always a UI as usual. There's a contract that interacts with the chain itself. And there's a backend. I just have 10 minutes. I'm going to run through a couple of stuff. Moving on, right? So what Polygon offers you is not just a POS solution. It's not just that, right? There's a ton of things rather than just solution, right? You don't get to spend. Okay, let me give you an example. I think I'm going to give this example of. I'm sure we saw the Ape coin that launched. They spent about $200 million in gas fees when people kept on like using that coin. It's over 200 million. Then when they came on board Polygon, they spent less than $2,000. It doesn't make any sense, right? It's shit crazy. It's out of the box, like amazing. That's the idea, right? The idea is scaling. The idea is scaling. Think about, for example, when you're doing something on, let's say Ethereum, for example, things go high. Why? Because number one, the number of people doing things on the network at that time is too much. So if you're going to process a transaction on like Ethereum at that time, it's going to be expensive, right? It's going to be expensive. And the idea, to be honest, right, is to create something like this. Scaling, again, turning projects to businesses. To me, that's how I see it. I see like this Web3 idea starting as projects, then turning businesses. Turning that for the fact you have to scale, you have to be at a place where you have the most benefits, right? We're at Polygon, to be honest, we're trying to offer as much as possible to the people building on Polygon. Offer as much as ridiculously possible. For example, if you're building on Polygon, we get to offer things like, I think grants. I think that's what a lot of people really care about, like, these days. So yeah, so we offer grants, like tons of grants and coupons and stuff. We offer all of that at Polygon. One more thing is, let's say contract auditing, VC support. To be honest, right, a ton of things that we support to help you scale your project to becoming a business. We offer all of these things and anything that you might need. So the point is just ask, like it wouldn't hurt to ask, but to be honest, right, most things you're gonna ask will probably be able to support it at that time. But I will still say it, the goal is not just for projects to remain projects, the goal of these things is for them to scale. That's the idea. That's the idea. And you have to be in a place where you have all that you need. It's a scaling, now, solutions for Ethereum. We have the Polygon Avio, we have the Polygon Nightfall, we just released SuperNet, and which one? Nightfall. A lot more projects are coming to Polygon, and this is, to be honest, working at Polygon is exciting. It's a big deal for me. When I was transitioning from where I was working before to Polygon, I did a couple of interviews, and I was like, so when the offer from Polygon came, I'm like, am I going to do this, or I'm just doing something else? Because I was still speaking with other really cool companies. I'm like, okay, I'll probably go with other companies. But somehow, some way, I was just thinking, I think this is pretty much where things are going. I'm like, hey, I think Ricky was the guy who reached out to me. I'm like, hey, Ricky, I think I will do Polygon. And I think it's my 7th month at Polygon, and it's been great. I've lost count of how many startups on a global scale that we've been able to support on a global scale. Like, to be honest, hundreds of startups that we've supported. I've lost count. It's a lot because there are a lot of people out there, for example, in the hackathons, building projects. And if you're building on Polygon, the level of support you receive from the chain you are deploying on is really important. And this is one thing I personally care about at Polygon. So for example, I know there's a hackathon going on at this event. For example, let's say you're building on Polygon and it's a really great idea, and from a project you really want to turn it into something that you want to scale, something like that. You can apply for a grant. You might think, okay, I want to really, sorry, one sec. I really want to like use all that Polygon offers me as a founder. Build on Polygon, reach out to someone from the Polygon team, and we'll just find a way to help and support you in what you're building. Again, the idea is not just for projects to remain projects, but for those projects to become what? Businesses. That's my goal, to be honest, right? Provide as much support as possible to businesses, to projects that already exist, and help them scale. That's my goal. And as much communities out there are doing great stuff, finding ways to support them in what they are doing is part of my goal here. So I think from Q2, Q3, probably Q4, I'm going to be placing a special focus on Africa. Since I joined, my focus was just strictly like the Middle East, the American region. But this period, I want to do, I think I made that decision in March, and we've literally partnered with a lot of startups already and a lot of communities to help reach more people and provide support to much more projects across Africa. providing support and helping scale happens, turning projects to businesses. So I think I will just end my talk there. I just have 10 minutes, and I would say if you have any questions about building applications on Polygon, there's a booth at the booth area with a Polygon stand. This is not working. Could someone help me go to the last slide? So if you have any questions about Polygon, I don't think I can take questions here, but I think there's a booth at the back. I'm up there, so if you have any questions, just come see me at the booth. So, and that's all for me, so thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ayomide. So the next demo is from Busha by, I'm really sorry, I might murder your name, but I'll try. Joy.
Okay, thank you. So, as I said earlier on, our products are easy to use and they are created with you in mind. And one of our products I want to talk about is the Busha yield feature. So our yield feature allows users to save on dollar-stable USDT and USDC with a 10% APY. So that, let me just tell you the interesting thing about using Busha yield. First off, it comes without the restriction of you having to lock up your money. Secondly, you get your interest every day. Yes, every day. So anytime you can decide to like, okay, I'm done here. And lastly, it protects our users from the valuation. So at Busha, we have so many exciting products and we are even launching more. So watch the space. For more details, you can visit our website, www.busha.co. You can download our app on the iOS and Android Play Store. And my colleagues and I will be at our Busha stand to answer any questions you have regarding our product. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Joy. Yeah, interesting presentation. So, coming up next on stage is someone from Vibra, and that's Ailey Young. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Did I?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. So before I start, we can have the video for 1 minute. I want to say I'm like super excited to see like all the people here like all in like Web3 blockchain related. I think a lot of all of you is like into this space. So like I think like on the street everyone call me Oyibo, but then I do see we have a lot of similarities, not only like about who I am or like who you are, right? So in the crypto space and especially Vibra, we are all in one cryptocurrency platform. So I just want to bring in 3 simple points for you today, which what Vibra is about. The first is about simple. So you can download the app like Vibra Africa when you type in Play Store and also iOS Store, and then you will find like a brief description, and you can like do the KYC easily within like 3 minutes, and then you can get your wallet. And then the second point is about secure. In the discussion just now, a lot of people talk about SEC, a lot of people talk about like regulations, and like we as the brand, we'll definitely go for like all the like regulated areas. No, not only in Nigeria, it's actually in Africa. So if you like check, we will definitely grow as of like an African like cryptocurrency all-in-one platform. And then the third one is about social. So the platform itself is not only like a wallet or P2P or trade. You can trade more than 100 coins, but it is a social platform. So within in-app, you can talk with other friends. Also, like people will say "oga," right? I think I remember this word. So you actually can follow some of the traders, or like you follow your friends when they want to what coins to trade today or tomorrow, and then you can like a community that you can like be together. So it's not only within in-apps, it's also in Telegram, it's also in all the social media. So I want to bring you these 3 points. So like you can check it out, and then we are actually in the booth outside. We have our team here as well. So I hope like you can like if you have another question, you just feel free and reach out, and then we will like answer your question and also inquiries. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So yeah, before we started, I promised people coffee, right? Okay. Would you like to have coffee now? If you want coffee, raise your hand. Okay. All right. So it's actually time for that now. We'll be going on a brief, like a short break right now. So there are, coffee, water, stuff like that outside. Just help yourself. And after that, we'll now go into our breakout sessions. These breakout sessions will be happening simultaneously. So if you want to know more about creating and building a career in blockchain, you go to the hall called Earth. It's you can simply you get the directions. It's really not that hard to find. And then if you want to know more about NFT, DAOs, DeFi, and the era of decentralized opportunities, then you go to Sun. Don't worry, it's not hot there. There's AC there too. So you go to the hall Sun, and yeah, you'll be doing this after the break. So wherever you want to, you can even go somewhere, come back. If you don't want to miss anything, just go sit down somewhere, run again, come back to the other place. Mm-hmm. All right. So we'll be going on break now, and then it's how many minutes break? About 20 minutes. So don't take too long so you don't miss out on those breakout sessions. And right here we'll be having our hackathon. Who is excited for the hackathon? Nobody. Just like 3 people. That's not good. And I was even telling the winner that okay, maybe if people are excited for the hackathon, they will just do airdrop for them, from the money. Well, it means nobody wants, so I'm not doing it again. Say nobody who is excited for the hackathon. Much better, but there's still no airdrop. Anyway. All right, so right here we'll be having our hackathon sponsored by NaraX, and you'll be seeing, the amazing teams we have that will be, pitching their solutions, really interesting solutions. We've actually started about some weeks ago, and they've been pitching to our judges, and the judges have been giving them feedback, and they've gone back to build again, and it's going to be very interesting actually. So, like I said, you can stay small here, run again to Sun, from Sun you come back again, keep running around. All right, so let's go for our short break now, and then we'll go to our various breakout sessions. All right.
by the way accuse me and I don't.
All right. It seems not everyone is here yet. Okay. All right. So we have some demos to by some of our sponsors, and right after that, we'll make some clarifications on how the breakout sessions will work exactly. It's like some people have trouble finding where which breakout session is and what is happening there. All right. Okay. So just give me a few minutes. Let me.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, the organizers of this awesome event. We are pleased and honored to be here introducing some of the exciting stuff our teams have been working on. We've been accused of being under the radar, too quiet, too hidden, you know, our investors, our directors, even our teams. So we're making effort now to just come out of the shell of where we are working to kind of showcase some of the exciting stuff. So I'll just jump in, introducing myself, Obi. I have my co-founder, Elendo, with me. Our other co-founder is not here, but we're representing him ably. Okay, all right, good. Okay, so I think in summary, this is about a major practical way that blockchain is solving key practical issues in Africa, and the way we've kind of thought about it and what we've done about it. to be able to have the maximum impact we can have through that technology. And I'll start explaining this by looking at the huge gap in payment. Out of 1.7 or so trillion, actually 2.1 if you include online merchants of payments, right? Just 5% is digital. The rest is cash. This is dollars across Africa. Huge, huge issue that plagues the continent. Now, why is that? First of all, when you go into most jurisdictions, the kind of things we enjoy here where you make a payment and the other guy gets it instantly, most African countries, you don't have that. Just doesn't happen, and I mean in fiat, right? And even where it happens, like we've seen here, very unreliable. Now, when it happens reliably, like you've seen with some mobile money providers in East Africa, for example, it's not interoperable, meaning it's locked. You have to have, say, an account in fiat with them. These issues, huge issues plaguing the system. The fiat value chain for payments is this. You have the payment, these are the touch points on top. This is what customers interact with. You have the banks under, and you have the infrastructure in the middle. This is exactly what it is. But what you have here, the infrastructure layer, is where you have things really, really broken. In addition to that, of course, we all know about the challenges with cross-border, right? How do you move money with fiat today? Big issues. With crypto coming in to solve those issues, but with the challenges around regulation, off-ramp to fiat and so on, right? Now, in summary, taking those things together and looking fiat and the future of crypto in payment, what kind of solution can address that and serve as that bridge to achieve that seamless transition and accelerate it? Before we go in there, let's just quick overview blockchain.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to take too long here.
Yeah, so I don't think I need to explain blockchain to anybody here. Everybody understands what that does. So I think I'll just go straight to the next. So what we did was we took, and which is typically the way techies will look at stuff. We looked at it holistically from top down, and we said, hey, the centralized systems, traditional payment systems today have some deficiencies. We have the infrastructure issue around in other African countries. And we said, totally, how do we solve this problem? And we saw an opportunity to leverage blockchain to create a much more scalable and robust payment system, right? That is both supports fiat as it is today, but forward compatible with digital currencies, right? Okay, so you already know the difference here. By doing this, what we've done basically is creating and envisioning a payment system that is totally frictionless, right? Accelerating the adoption of cashless across all the financial ecosystem, right? And there's no discrimination here. Your MMO, your fiat, your crypto, all will basically work together. Okay, and by doing this, right, you see clear value, you see immediately, and we've started seeing it immediately. The visibility that blockchain provides is something that we've seen that even the traditional financial institutions today can leverage to deliver better service to their customers. And also, the reduced costs that infrastructure builds is something they can transfer also to customers. Increase in data integrity is high availability. In operations we've run, we've seen that our transaction processing speed is 2 times faster than what is prevalent today, even compared to traditional fiat processing systems.
All right, so, I mean, taking all of that, the capabilities on the blockchain side and saying, these are the problems, these are the capabilities this new technology has to offer. How does this all add up, right? In summary, we've literally created what we see as Africa's layer 1 blockchain protocol that connects banks and fintechs together to enable digital payments in both fiat and in digital currencies as well. Now, payment processing, which is about routing payments from one store of value. When we say store of value, it means It doesn't have to be, it could be a wallet, it could be a bank account, it could be a mobile money, like anything that stores value, right, to the other, wherever it is, right? Enabling real-time settlement to happen if it's in fiat. And then I'll talk later about building an ecosystem to tie all this up together with smart contracts. Now, what is exciting here, which is the feedback we've gotten from a lot of our member financial institutions, you know, how you have so peer-to-peer routing, so transactions, rather than the hub and spoke you see today, transactions route across the participating institutions directly. So it's a many-to-many connection, unlike what you see today with every fiat payment network, which is one-to-many, hub and spoke, right? So for example, a bank would connect to a central switch, and from the switch to the other bank and back. But on our network, it's all many-to-many. All of the banks connect directly to each other on the blockchain without having to go through any central. So that's peer-to-peer routing with instant value reconciliation automated. You've heard of issues where you go to, say, do a payment and you're debited, you don't get value. You have to report to your bank, and it takes like days or weeks to resolve. It's reconciliation that delays that. With the blockchain, it's fully reconciled, you get value, refund immediately. And then, of course, what does that do? Cost flattens out significantly, reliability goes up, scalability, but the ability to seamlessly do cross-border, and like I said, instant dispute resolution. Now, how are we going with our vision? Now, today, so initially we started off leveraging the blockchain to fix the way fiat payment processing is done. What we are doing now is building out the next layer for digital, for stable coins, native stable coins, but in a way that allows mass adoption. The huge issue with adoption of digital currency, there are three issues. One is lack of regulation. I know some people don't believe regulation is relevant, but we think we can't get full adoption without regulation. So we're building in to the protocol native compliance with regulation, KYC, AML, exchange controls, and things like that, right? The second is interoperability. Interoperability with banking channels, payment channels, interoperability with fiat, off-ramp, on-ramp, interoperability with CBDCs, right? And then the last thing is ease of use. How do you make the interaction as if you're interacting with a simple savings account? How do you make it like really simple? Today, you have a long 58-digit address. If you miss one, your crypto is lost, that type of stuff. How do you dumb it down? And then on top of that, we are building on a EVM-compatible blockchain framework such that smart contracts can be built within this ecosystem to enable innovation, right? And leverage interoperability across the different asset classes on this network.
So, like you said, by doing that, we've then consciously built into the system rules that would power us all category and all types of transactions. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where it's coming from, your crypto wallet. It doesn't matter whether it's coming from an ATM. It doesn't matter whether it's coming from a POS. It doesn't matter whether it's coming from your bank account, right? An MMO wallet. It doesn't matter. We've built in the rules right baked into the framework, even down to the consensus layer, right? Supports all those types of transactions. And so, like I said, today we're already processing some of the transactions I already wrote here. ATM, agent banking, instant cash out, cross-border remittance and recurring payments are part of the type of transactions that you're able to process.
All right, so to connect to these things, for fintechs and wallets and all the other types of service providers, API gateway that allows that, something called an RTGS, which is a fiat mechanism for doing settlement, except that it happens on the blockchain today. Today, RTGS functions in central bank, and it happens in batches once every day. RTGS on our platform is on-chain and happens in real time. And then, like I said, dispute management. Now, that's on fiat. On the crypto side, like I said, regulated native stablecoins, support for CBDCs, and then the opportunity to transfer assets from public chains as wrapped coins into a regulated. So essentially, imagine you're moving a balance from Ethereum or Bitcoin that is not regulated into a wallet or into an address that complies fully and therefore is endorsed by the authorities.
Yeah, so speaking of regulated stable coins, how we're able to do that, of course, is cross-chain interoperability. So interoperability with a Binance chain, for example, for BNB, interoperability with Bitcoin to have a wrapped version of the BTC, interoperability with the Ethereum network, Solana, and hopefully Polygon. But these are the blockchain networks we're currently working with. Yeah. So speaking about that, now speaking specifically, like you said, we've seen that for this to really work, and I think, Chimede, a lot of speakers talked about it, you must carry along the regulators, right? And in doing that, we've consciously made sure that even though we're a blockchain network, we still meet the requirements to process transactions today as stipulated by the regulator. So PCI DSS, ISO, and co.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've been under the radar for a while. We launched last year in December, but we're part of a bigger group that has done a lot of stuff in the financial services industry. So that has helped us. We now have all of the Nigerian banks signed on as validator nodes for this platform. We've also just been licensed by the Central Bank of Nigeria as a decentralized payment, a switch, essentially. We'll be the first decentralized payment network on blockchain to be licensed in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole. We expect to continue to work closely with the regulators to open up the space and provide like a framework, all-inclusive framework where innovation can thrive. The developer community can plug into really build amazing stuff, where DeFi can apply across board, whether it's the altcoins, whether it's native stablecoins or CBDC. We can build rich DeFi solutions for Africa. The last slide, our mission is to connect every financial store of value in Africa and link them to the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so if you have any questions, because of our time, we have a stand, right? You can come around, we'll answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, so interesting one by Appzone. So now we'll take another demo from Bitmama.
Cryptos just got way more exciting.
Okay, here comes the Bitmama herself.
Instagram or YouTube ads, renew your subscriptions on Netflix, Spotify, AWS, and even make purchases on your favorite shopping platforms using your Bitmama crypto card. Get your Bitmama crypto card for free and spend over $5,000 online monthly. Wait, there's more. If you're in Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, Zimbabwe, South Africa, or Pluto, you can recharge your airtime with your crypto on the Bitmama app in simple clicks. You can also buy, sell, or trade your favorite cryptocurrencies in seconds and use our P2P feature, which is now free. Did we mention that funding and payouts on Bitmama are swift and the easiest in the market? There's definitely more to crypto with Bitmama. Start by claiming your free crypto card today, only on Bitmama. Available on iOS and Android. Cryptos just got way more exciting.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ruth Selema, and I'm the CEO and founder of Bitmama. So I don't know if any one of you have ever tried to pay for something online, but because of the CBN dollar restriction, you're not able to do that. So basically what we came up with, this is an innovative solution, and I'm glad we're the only ones in the market with it. And I'm glad it's a woman that is, I can see you sharing. I know it's a woman that is leading it. Okay, so yeah, so if you come to our platform, you can sign up on Bitmama. We have our booth over there. We'll give you a free crypto card, and you can load it with your USDT, CUSD. CUSD is actually the stable coin from Celo blockchain network. So you can buy your CUSD on Bitmama across Africa, in Nigeria, Ghana, and Kenya. And you can load that and your USDC too on the Ethereum network. Hopefully we'll add that from the Solana network very soon. And when you do that, you can be able to purchase things on Amazon, AliExpress, Netflix, everything, etc. People have been using it so far, and we even had a Twitter space yesterday about it, and I'm really, really glad that this is picking up lots of markets. Sorry, I'm looking for a word. Yeah, so, but it's free on Bitmama. You just need to verify yourself up to level 3. We have a couple other products, which is buy crypto, pay later. So basically what happens is, as the market is down, Bitcoin is down, the whole market is down. So we give you $50 at first for the buy crypto, pay later. That is when you perform transactions or you do other things on the platform. And when we give you that, you pay back. Payback is 10%. And when you're able to pay back, we give you a higher limit. You can now be able to borrow up to 150,000. $150, sorry, not thousand. $150. So, and like that, if you are able to pay that, then you get a higher limit, on and on. Yeah. So for us at Bitmama, it's more about crypto beyond trading, right? It's not always about trading, buy and sell, P2P. So you could use crypto to do a whole lot of other things. And like we assure you, we're bringing a whole lot more into the market, like this year, very soon, and expanding into more markets. So this is us at Bitmama. Our booth is over there, and we hope to see you guys. Thank you.
Hello, guys. Are we having fun? Are you enjoying yourself? Okay. So we are going to the breakout session now. This hall will be for the hackathon. The next hall over there is called Sun. If you're here for NFTs, DOAs, and the likes, right, you should go to that hall, right? If you go out from this door and you go straight, the hall called ETH is where career in blockchain will be happening, the breakout session. And we'll be starting all of these breakout sessions immediately. So if you will be here for the hackathon, remain here. But if you like to be in the other breakout sessions, please go to that place, those places, and we'll start now. Thank you.
All right, so just watch out for anyone wearing a Techpoint shirt. They will direct you to where you really want to go. All right. So, hackathon, just stay here. You want to learn how to build on Polygon, how to build on whatever. Bro. Okay, okay. Okay. Everyone has gone to learn how to mint NFTs. Okay, can we all just move forward so that we have a good picture? Even let's just move forward. Okay, I just want to be sure. You guys are not waiting because of the airdrop. I said I was lying. You know. All right. Let's move forward. Move forward. So you experienced the whole hackathon. You are participants, right? Yeah. Just move forward. Stay somewhere around. You should actually be in front as participants. Yes. Okay. Okay. Is this everyone that wants to be here? Let's just give a few minutes if we have more people that want to be here. In fact, let me call more people to come here. I'm coming.
I think I can hear your voice in the other voice. You can? From here. So that session, when they're talking, what happens? Wouldn't there be a clash? They start having a conversation.
I'm sure the technical team.
I'm just saying so that we can.
I'm sure the technical team will be able to fix it
Because I can hear you from there.
From the speakers.
Yeah, from speakers. So there should be some way that.
Yeah, the technical team. Okay. Yes, let's just make sure all our teams are here. Team JPS, VIS AI. Team Give. Okay, not all our teams are here. We're also still expecting some of our judges. Okay. They're probably still finding their way here. I'm good. Okay, we're still expecting some of our participants. I do not know why they're not here. They were here earlier. I don't know why they're not here. All right. But while we wait, shout out to our sponsors. Our sponsor, actually, the sponsor of the hackathon, Naira X. They've been really amazing. You know, we've started this, like I said, we started this some weeks ago, taking pictures, you know, selecting the people who actually make it for the hackathon. Then the people who make it for the hackathon pitched virtually to our judges. We're still waiting for some of them, but you might know them. Sultan Akintunde, CEO of Talent QL and Old School. Clement Ubo, design lead at Nestcoin and co-founder of Crevetal. And there is also Mayowa Todonu, blockchain engineer at InterSwitch, but it's no longer as InterSwitch now. We have Akinyemi Akindele, who was a former blockchain engineer at Binance. We have some people from NRX here as our judges too. John, I hope I don't murder this name. John Mbako. Is John Mbako, yeah. Okay. Ekene Ogun. Oh, okay, awesome. All right. Yeah, so we're still waiting for some of our participants and some judges. Okay. All right, like I said, the hackathon started a while ago. So the participants were asked to build solutions that were Web3 and blockchain based. Obviously, you can't have a market-ready product by the end of the hackathon, obviously, but we'll be judging them based on, you know, the simplicity, functionality of their products, the products they want to build, the solutions they want to build. And we've really seen some very, you know, personally, I think I saw some very interesting solutions that were pitched by some, you know, and, you know, during our first speech, they kept going on, and I was like, interesting. Okay, let me just give you a sneak peek. Some of you already know because we had some of the information about this hackathon on our website. We had some people building an NFT marketplace, but for books. Like the best way I can put it, an NFT marketplace, but for books. And if you're looking to mint your NFTs and you don't have money to mint your NFTs, someone wants to build a solution whereby they can borrow you money or borrow you tokens to mint your NFT, and then you pay back with interest. Well, they have the technicalities. They will show you everything today. And then we have other people building an NFT marketplace. Should I really call it a marketplace? They will explain better by themselves. Is their solution. So they are building an online store, an NFT-based online store where you can buy clothes. Some of you might be thinking, what do I want to do with digital clothes? Yeah, but you know, when they explain how they really want to pull this off, I'm sure you'll be wowed. All right, yeah, so before we go into the hackathon proper, we'll be taking some demo by our sponsor, NairaX. But the first sponsor is a demo by Africhange by Olatunji Obaoye. Yes. A round of applause, a round of applause. And not just for them demoing, but for them, you know, actually, you know, sponsoring this thing. And, you know, it's one of the ways whereby we encourage and simulate innovations in this space. And give it up for NRX and Africhange.
Yeah. So, hi, everyone. Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Olatunji Obawe. I work as the Senior Products Manager at Africhange Tech. And Africhange is a cross-border remittance platform where we facilitate transactions to from Canada to Africa, Europe, and North America. Yeah, it was founded by a Nigerian who is an immigrant in Canada, and the whole idea behind Africhange itself as a product. So we have Africhange as a company, and we have Africhange as a product. Africhange as a company has 3 core products under its umbrella. One being Africhange, the second being NairaX, and then we also have Cash Out. Now, Africhange for us started off as, or for our founder rather, who was an immigrant at the time. He literally experienced all of the problems that typical immigrants face before they are able to send money to Nigeria or to send money outside the country they are based in. And we're basically looking out to solve this problem. And I will walk you through how we are doing it. Yes, like I mentioned, we are a blockchain-based remittance company that offers a seamless way for users to send money to these places at a very low cost, and we try as much as possible to cut out unnecessary fees. Now, to just quickly jump through to the problems we're trying to solve, a bit of data here. So in 2018, we had over $22 billion sent to Nigeria from other countries, right? And from Canada, over $436 million was sent to Nigeria. Guess what? The average transaction fees represented at least 10% of that total amount, which is very huge because 10% of $436 million is about $403,000 in transaction fees alone. Now, the second problem we noticed was that when you are doing transactions from these countries, it normally takes close to 2 to 5 days for the people you are sending money to within the company or country to receive the money that's been sent. Now, how are we solving this problem? Our solution literally just cuts out the remittance cost, and it ensures a very smooth transfer of fund, and it is done within minutes. So meaning that when you send money, say from Canada to Ghana, right, that process takes literally 5 minutes in completing from the moment you fund your wallet to sending the money all the way to when the money hits the beneficiary's account, literally in 5 minutes. And the second part of it is that our charges for that transaction is as low as $1.33. Now, we have been able to do this because we literally just leveraged the blockchain system or the blockchain, using blockchain tech in literally just facilitating this transaction. So our solution cuts down the cost of transmitting funds because of the blockchain, we are eliminating the middlemen. The middlemen here are the third parties and the banks, right? And we're enabling people to be able to send money directly to the people they have to send money to. So thereby just enabling peer-to-peer transaction. Secondly, we try as much as possible to cut down the cost of foreign transfer, right? Cost of FX and the delivery of that liquidity, that is the cost in which you do the transfer as well as the cost associated to you getting the money in your bank account. Now, Africhange literally started about a year, 3 months ago, and we have both a web app and as well as a mobile app that is present on both stores. And our features are centered around remittance for now. That is, you have a multi-currency wallet. Then you are also able to send money from Canada to different countries. So as of today, we're servicing, sending money from Canada to the US. We're also servicing Ghana, Mexico, and a host of other countries. For sending money to USD, we currently service close to 40 countries plus. And for North America, we're servicing Canada, US, and Mexico, and a whole lot of other countries. Now, our unique selling proposition in all of these are these 3 things. We want to ensure that anybody that is sending money at the lowest fees, right? Like I mentioned, $1.33. And our exchange rates are actually nobody beats us in our rates. We have the best rates in the market. And our payout is done in less than 5 minutes. So from the moment you fund your wallet to the moment the money is delivered to the recipient. Now, yeah, some of the amazing things our customers have said about us. For Lemonade, you may hear of Lemonade. Lemonade is one of our competitors. Literally, these are really one of the few amazing things that our amazing customers have said about us. And in the past 1 year, 3 months, we've been able to do over 100,000 successful transactions. We've been able to, we have like 15,000 active users as of today, and we've done over $60 million in transactions. Now, in the next couple of months, towards the end of the year, these are some of the interesting things that we're looking to work on, and we've been able to launch in those countries in the first quarter of the year. In the second quarter, we're looking to introduce Africhange V2, which is quite very exciting for us because we've been working on that for quite a long time now, and it's going to be very exciting. I don't want to let the cat out of the box yet. Now, in our Q3, we're going to be very focused on providing B2B services as well as expanding our agent network, which is actually a very exciting project for us, being that we are expanding really fast, and we believe that we would have like very strong footholds, or we already have very strong footholds in some of these countries, and by expanding and establishing agent networks around, it will enable businesses to be able to have on-site people that will be able to do those last mile work for them. So this is something that we're really looking forward to, that is really going to be exciting for a lot of businesses across the African ecosystem. And then later in the year, we're looking to, so we're currently like finalizing all the things we need to do as relates to Europe, Australia, and Asia. But we're going to be ending the year with all of, in launching into all of these countries. Yeah, so outside of Africhange, Africhange Tech also have these two amazing products. One is NairaX, and the other is Cash Out. For NairaX, we are a cryptocurrency exchange platform that enables on and off-ramp transactions, meaning that you can buy crypto with your Naira, and you can sell your crypto back to your Naira. And for Cash Out, it basically enables businesses and individuals to be able to receive payments, receive crypto as a means of payment, right? And as well as own their cryptocurrency kiosk. So I'll just quickly talk about this in 2 minutes. For Cash Out, we understand the need to onboard the next generation of crypto users, and we believe that one of the best ways to go about this is to give them a means to make money from. Now, when you think about the kiosk, you think about your POS agents, right? Where you go, you give them your card, they do your transactions for you, and they get like 100 Naira or 200 Naira from those transactions. We are bringing that into the blockchain sort of. So, which means that you can go to Cash Out Africa today to own your cryptocurrency kiosk. You generate a payment link, you share with your friends that deal in crypto, and whenever they need to sell their crypto, they can sell it to you without you investing 1 Naira. And for each transaction, you earn a certain value on them. Thereby, you're understanding what cryptocurrency is, you're making money from it on the side. And then, yes, you can also use it as a means of payment. That is, if you own, say, an event company, or you own an online store, you can add your payment link on your online store, and people can pay you in crypto, and you will get Naira directly in your bank account. So yeah, that basically describes what Cash Out does. And yeah, please try as much as possible to visit us across those websites. For the NairaX, is nairax.com, Africhange is africhange.com, and then Cash Out is cashout.africa. Yeah, thank you.
All right, great one by Africhange. And, you know, people are not here missing out on something really delicious that Africhange has planned for us. So for people that are here, Africhange is, giving away some really fun stuff. All right. So if you want to win 25,000 naira, from them, create a tweet about the event. So you use the tabs22 hashtag, and then you use the hashtag NairaX at tabs. So the person with the highest retweets gets 25,000 naira. That's sweet now. You people are getting something interesting. Okay, so just to be fair, because we know it won't be fair for other people in other places, we'll make the same announcements in other sessions. But you people are hearing it first. So you have, what will I call it now? You guys have some head start. Okay, so that's just one of the things that we're doing. One of the giveaways we'll be doing. So the first person to create a tweet that doesn't, maybe it gets engagement, it doesn't retweet, but the first person, maybe you should, unlock your phones now and be on Twitter. The first person to tweet about the event. So that's using the hashtag NairaX at tab. So that's NairaX, capital N, at capital A, tabs, capital T, NairaX at tabs. You win an Africhange merch. Okay, I hope someone has tweeted that already. The person will be winning merch. Some people are like, what's this guy saying? I don't, okay. Voila. All right, and also tweet a picture of you at the NairaX stand with hashtag NairaX at tabs and stand a chance to win merch as well. Interesting stuff. Okay, get typing. So, interestingly enough, it's not just the hackathon winners that are winning stuff today. It's everybody that is a winner today. All right, so we've taken a demo from Africhange, and now we'll be going to the main stuff. What we've all been waiting for, and that is the pitches from our participants. I hope they are all here and ready. Okay, the first team that will be going, 1 second. Okay, the first team that will be pitching their solution will be Chemotronics. I'm curious as to why you created that name. You guys are chemistry students, right? Are you? Oh, chemical engineering. Everybody in chemotronics is a chemical. Oh, okay. We are what? Electrical engineering. Nice one. All right. So chemotronics will be presenting their pitch now. Please encourage them. Encourage them. Encourage them. Encourage them. Forward, backward. Oh, sorry. Forward, backward.
Should we just use one or what?
Okay. Can you show? Okay, can you two?
Should we wait?
No. Should we wait? No, she starts.
One thing must kill a man, right? But it's very sad that 8 million people die each year due to the emissions of greenhouse gases. I don't mean to be an angel of doom, but no one is going to make it out of here alive. So we need to make time, we need to make the best of time for while we're here. We need to make the best of it while we're here, right? And this is why Team Chemotronics was formed in 2021. And we basically are like trying to provide solutions to the reduction of greenhouse gases, emissions, right? So, okay, yes. So today we would be talking about, these are the team members of Team Chemotronics, and we'll be going We'll be explaining our problem, the problem we're trying to solve, our solution, our product, market and business model, and as well, of course, why you should invest in us. So I'll hand it over to Peace, who would go on with the explanation.
All right, so thank you very much. All right, so as you rightly said, greenhouse gas emissions is what the world is facing now. And you can term it as humanity's biggest problem. Energy and agriculture are the largest producers of greenhouse gas emissions. All right, so the solutions are out there, transiting to renewable energies for our buildings, our industries, and our mobility sector, right? We have the solutions. But now we have a decision to make, right? Whether to transit quickly or gradually. Because if you look at a country like Nigeria, majority of our GDP is based on the oil and gas sector, which is the current producer, which is the current main energy supply we use, right? I'm very sure if you check this building right now, probably it's operating on a diesel engine or a petrol energy, so or a petrol engine, right? So that's what we use every day, right? So, but now there's a problem, right? Population is increasing rapidly, and we can't say because we have a lot of people who now say we won't keep on doing this. So, for example, just look at Nigeria now. How many people have access to energy supply? You notice that the gap is very wide, right? So this is another issue. If you bring in a hydrogen plant to Nigeria now, how many people will be able to afford it? That's a very big issue we have to consider. All right. Also, if it's also in Nigeria now, it won't be so fast for it to get people in rural areas. Okay, so these are the things we observed, that most companies are not really accountable. So, for example, you can just go to your neighborhood and ask, or just go to an industrial area. You'll notice that most companies don't give accounts of their carbon emissions, all right? There's also an idea being proposed by the UN that was held at Glasgow last year. They told them to introduce carbon credits for companies, right? But the issue is that people are not sure of how this will work out, right? Because how we sure people will not be double counting the carbon credits being produced. So these are main issues that we have to look at if we are really serious about solving greenhouse gas emissions. You can't solve a problem you don't have enough data of, right? So these are the issues we are looking at. So at Chemotronics, this is what we are considering, right? So last year we built an IoT device, right? So this provides real-time data. So it can be deployed virtually anywhere, any plant, right? So you can take real-time data of your emissions and log it onto a dashboard and everybody can view it. So where is blockchain coming in here, right? So with the idea of carbon credits, which is like an incentive to companies, right? Giving them a certain amount of energy which they can offset, which they can emit per year, right? So with this carbon credits, you are sure that wherever any company is doing is logged on there and it's immutable, right? No one can change it. So you are sure that if company A is getting this amount of carbon credits, another company cannot come in there to say they don't want to get in it. So the data is there and it's immutable, right? So there's that transparency and trust. So these are, okay, so, and these are future things we are considering, right? It might not be as fast as now, right? Because if you talk of carbon tax, we need the government to come in place, right, and do that. And when it comes to peer-to-peer trading, you need a microgrid, right? Probably a microgrid is like the easiest one that will work now, and we don't have that in Nigeria. So these are issues that we are still trying to fix our heads on. But right now, what we plan to do as Chemotronics currently, right, is that we plan to leverage on existing blockchain solution like Polygon, right? And so we are going to build a custom smart contract solution. So that way, for example, we have companies like Shell that are already going into blockchain, right? They are going to blockchain, they are there already. And so we plan to partner with companies like that, such that when they are doing this, we can help, we will be building a blockchain app, right? So every company, right, can organize and view what is happening in their own countries, right? So they have a real-time picture of what is happening. They're not just coming out to give figures. And if you look at it, you only have like most of the large companies committing to solving greenhouse gas emissions. And we have other small companies. So we need to get this round, right? We can't just say we'll solve this issue while leaving some people. So we are offering blockchain as a service. And after discussing with some blockchain guys, I'm planning to build, and we also plan to involve other people willing to join us here. All right, so these are the objectives. We also plan to bring in the regulatory organizations, right, so that they can regulate what is happening. Because we know for you to do anything, we still have to involve these guys, right? And we plan to collaborate with companies like this and blockchain experts. Also, the transactions will be very transparent, right? Because once a company says they are doing this, it's immutable on the database. And finally, regulations for small-scale contributors, right? So this is also a very major issue currently. For example, now, if someone comes and builds a hydrogen plant, right? You know, hydrogen can be from either fossil fuels or from electrolyzer plants, right? So now we have to create a standard whereby if a company says they are producing green hydrogen, everyone ensures green hydrogen because there must be uniformity of standard, right? So if you are saying just 20 kilogram of CO2 per company, so it will be uniform and there will be no issue of, okay, certification and the like. So every company producing will be so sure that, okay, this is what they are doing and there will be no issues concerning that. So what will be the benefits, right? The supply chain, like it will be so easy for companies to relate and distribute their database, right? And also, a lot of time and money will be saved, right? For example, you will not be spending money on a carbon capture plant in an area where you know it won't work because you have the data and you can work with it. You won't be spending money on a hydrogen plant in an area where you know probably you can utilize a better solution. So it's just going to give companies a better lookout and a better future outlook into what to do as organizations, so they'll be able to tackle the solution very effectively. Okay, so for example, now you know that the blockchain market is growing in Nigeria. Just in 2021, there was an input of $25.2 billion, and it was mainly the European and US sectors, right? And we also have 35 unicorns, right? Also in US and Europe. So we are looking at Africa now. Currently, we are less than $1 billion, right? So this market is going to take a very new turn in Africa in coming years, right? So this is a very good area for like investors to also put their money, right? There are challenges and everybody's still unclear about things, right? But like every new technology, the solution is innovation. With time, with proper guidance, things will come to play and we'll be able to bring it into reality and it will work very well. Okay, so this is just a baseline. You can come and access for more details. Okay, so basically, what's our business model? We know we have to keep on researching and we have to work with a lot of companies to get this done right. So we are already talking with them and we hope like things roll out very fast. So we want to make it very easy to use, right? Very, very easy. So we plan that, okay, by September, let's say, hopefully by the end of this year, we'll have built a blockchain app, right? And we are looking at February next year, right? We'll be able to take it to companies and we'll test it and we'll be able to gather feedback by May and know how far it has helped. Okay, so this is our action plan. So why should you invest in us, right? Africa is growing. Africa needs energy, and I'm telling you, every one of you here, you need energy. For example, you came to this place in a public transport or your own vehicle. We are using the mic now. It's being powered by an energy source, right? So we can't do without energy. At the same time, we also have a planet which is also suffering from this issue. So you can't say you want to close your eyes and say, no, we have to take actions, right? And blockchain network is growing, right? So this information can get to a lot of people very, very fast, right, with the network. And also, yeah, the market is growing. And finally, this is going to be not just for Nigeria and Africa. This is a global network. And when I mean global, we all know, like, it's going to give Africa, you know, a very good head start and a very good leverage to start building on this. So thank you very much. Peace Bello, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn and we can talk for further discussions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Team Chemotronics. All right, I'm sure our judges have a word of few for you, but I'm also curious, what would you say, based on your presentation now, what is it that you've created so far? You've told us a lot about what you want to do, how you want to do it, the business model for it, the design, the practicality. Is there any, maybe I wasn't following, are there actions that you've taken so far towards?
Yeah.
Okay, could you just highlight them for us?
All right, so in 2021, we built an IoT device, right? So it's already in place, right? All what we need is scaling up, right? So we have the IoT with the AI algorithm. So that's already in place. It's functional. So we are planning to scale up and roll it out. The other thing that we are planning to do is to build our blockchain network, but we've not yet started, but it's already in the pipeline.
Okay, interesting. You built An IoT device?
Yeah.
Well, that must be... How was that? What was the experience like? Was it the whole team?
Okay, yeah,
Who were the brains behind it? What were each members of the team doing?
Okay, so Victor Olufemi is an ML guy, and he's an elect guy, right? So he was one that built the IoT device. Grace worked on the AI algorithm, right? We were together, right? But they were the one that did the main work, right? Building from scratch. You can also check out our video, right? So I can share it with you to see how the IoT device works.
I'm
right?
sure the judges would like to.
Yeah,
share that with the judges.
Yeah, we can share it.
Okay. All right. So that's really interesting. Judges, do you have any questions for them?
Hi. So can you describe how, like, you can pick like one industry or some plant or something. Just describe how the IoT device would plug in that place, and what data will it be measuring? How would that fit into the carbon credit measuring stuff that you mentioned?
Okay. All right. So the IoT device has sensors for carbon monoxide, CO2, methane, and other the major greenhouse gas contributors. So greenhouse gas consists of carbon monoxide, CO2, methane, and the others. So those are the major ones, right? So once you place it in a location, it gives you the real-time recording. So, for example, let's say for a plant in maybe, let's say we have an oil refinery, right? So we can place it in strategic locations that are prone to emissions, right? So obviously we would need the experts of the energy companies and also people involved in IoT, right? But so it gives the real-time data and is logged onto a dashboard. So from there, with that data, companies can know the actual amount of carbon credits they can buy and use that to plan for future purposes.
And so the sales of this carbon credit would all happen on the blockchain, right?
Yeah. But also, we might also have to involve the government subsequently, right? But also, if, for example, now let's say I buy a carbon credit of $100 million, right? And she buys of $60 million, right? And along the way, I noticed I only use like $80 million of the carbon credits. I can transfer the remaining 20 to her and probably make more money from it. So it's just like a network of you buying something around and sharing it around.
Really interesting stuff. Sounds really complicated and really hard. I don't know. Maybe I'm the one that is not smart enough. All right. Yeah. So I just want our judges to comment on something on how practical do you think this solution by Chemotronics is? Anyone who wants to take that?
Well, I think it's practical enough. I like the fact that the idea is going to help with reduced greenhouse emission, which helps save the planet, save the people in the environment. I think it's just the best fit for the world itself. And the parts where you are collecting data on all locations, I think it will also help to guide organizations when they are building their products, because those products are what people are also going to use, and you need to use as much healthy product as much as possible. So gathering data that reduces greenhouse emission, for me, it's a great idea.
Thank you very much.
Okay, all right, yeah. It's a bummer that we don't have the remaining judges here now. They're actually on their way. They'll be here soon, but I'm sure they would also have some really interesting questions for you. But before we move on, I just want our judges to reintroduce themselves again so we know exactly who are these people that are judging us.
Okay, so I just want to talk about this as well. I think right now there are a lot of ESG concerns with blockchain. For example, Bitcoins. I mean, people have a lot of discussion about the fact that Bitcoin consumes a lot of electricity of the world, right? And if you're building something like this on the blockchain, then you're actually also being offsetting some of these concerns, because now if you're using the blockchain for ESG stuff, right, that's you are, I mean, you are helping with these concerns already, then fund managers they won't mind putting some of these tokens or projects in their portfolio. So it's something that is really good as well. So my name is Hakim. I'm CEO of Bet Demand. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so my name is Ekene. I'm the CTO of Africhange.
Okay, thank you.
All right, looks like we're in really, when it comes to the whole entire blockchain ecosystem, we're in very good hands, and I'm sure you've taken their feedback. I'm sure they are taking their scores, and yeah, if more judges arrive and they have more questions for you, I will direct them to you. All right, thank you. Please, a round of applause for Team Chemotronics. That was an amazing one. Okay, we'll move on to the next speech by the second team, and that's Team Give. Is Team Give here? Do we have Team Give here? Oh, okay. All right, so introduce yourself. And
okay, hi, my name is Okoyemi, and here is my team member, Toby Aragundade. Okay, so have you ever bought an NFT or sold an NFT and later sold back for a lesser price because of the transaction cost? And do you even get returns on your NFT in your wallet too? And three, do you even get token to mint your next big NFT? And that's why we built Give. What's Give? Give is an NFT marketplace to buy, sell, stake, and request token to mint NFT. Please, the next. Okay. Problem one, high cost of transactions. There's high cost of transaction during minting of every NFT project. It costs about 3%, 5% of minting an NFT project. And problem two, high energy intensive process, which is called proof of work, which is not sustainable in the long run. We all know that Bitcoin, which uses the consensus mechanism of proof of work, costs a lot of energy, which it was said that it costs a lot of CO2 to the ecosystem. And problem three, creators and users are not compensated enough. And here's our solution. Our solution is very simple. Buyers and sellers can sell on different chains in order to reduce cost and energy. Why? Because they can buy on other chains like Solana or near Polygon because they have like less cost and they don't consume more of energy like other chains like Ethereum. They can use proof of stake and proof of history, which consume less of energy. And our solution two, users and sellers can get royalties after every NFT sale. So that means you can get like royalties, you can get earnings after your NFT sale. Is that not amazing? Reason one, the timing right now is very perfect. One, OpenSea just registered yet another recorded selling more than $473 million of Ethereum blockchain network. And reason two, we have so many exchanges. Like right now, they want to have NFT marketplace, like Coinbase, FTX, Binance, and currently right now we don't have maybe any Nigerian like exchange doing that, but maybe later they'll be doing that also. Our target markets, we have creators, we have video game artists, we have illustrators, we have big brands. Those are the people we are targeting right now. And our market analysis. Currently right now, the NFT marketplace currently at 1.8 billion. That is total available market for NFT right now, and it's currently booming. And how much people can we serve from this 1.8 billion? We have about 278 million. And How much can we obtain from them? We have about 10.6 million. And we have about 50 million creators and artists in the world creating lots of projects right now. If you are very big on Twitter, you see that there are so many projects being built every day on NFT. Solana, Nier, mention it. And that's what the world is currently going on right now. Just leave the word of token. We are now in the word of non-fungible token. That's NFT. And for every day, we have about 15,000 to 50,000 NFT sales. Calculate that in a week. Calculate that in a month. And calculate that in a year. That's a lot of sales. Our competitors, we have Rarible, we have OpenSea, we have Magic Eden, and we have Paras ID, which is the one on Near Protocol. Our competitive advantages, sell and buy NFT on every chain. Advantage 2, you can stake your NFT and earn APY on return. There's no NFT marketplace that has done that. You can just keep your NFT in your collectible and you just be there. You can't stake, you can't earn anything. And advantage 3, low cost on transactions. And another interesting advantage is you can get token to mint your next big NFT, which you can pay back later with interest, but you have to stake your NFT. You have to stake any NFT you have. Approach 1, how are we getting our customers? Attract customers on NFT community through Twitter. We know that NFT is on Twitter. You can't doubt about that. Every NFT project, you just have to go to Twitter, tweet it, search it, and you find it there. That's where we are getting our customers. And approach 2, partnerships with every big NFT project, like Boyd Ape, Yacht Ape, the next big NFT project. You just have to tell them to come and list on our marketplace. And our business model, we get about 1.5% percentage on every NFT sale and 1% interest on every token paid back. The team, the team lead, developer, and the UI/UX designer, Arungare Tobi. Together, let's make NFT experience a big one. Thank you. Please, the demo. Sorry, I sent a demo.
Okay, yes. The judges will have to stick that on.
Okay, I can just explain the demo. The demo has an NFT marketplace where you can connect your wallet. When you connect your wallet, you have where you can stake your NFT. After you stake your NFT, you get where you have your earnings, which you get returns, and there's a place where you request token. That's when you request your token, we can verify you. I think we have Web3 stuff that verify you. Maybe something like identity passport for Web3. So we're going to be using that to verify you. And after that, and that's all you can buy. We have pages for buy, sell your NFT, and that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Team Give. That was a very interesting one. I would like to use your product, actually. I said it before that someone is already laughing. I lost a lot of money trying to flip NFTs. If people can borrow me money, let me try again. So very interesting one. And I would, for the first speech, I would really like to also hear for the audience. If you have any questions for the team that pitched before, please just raise your hand. If you have questions for the team that just pitched now, any questions? All right. Okay.
Good day, guys. Thanks for your presentation. It's actually a very, very nice one. But then, first of all, you mentioned something that I would like to correct. You said your competitors are OpenSea and Rarible. Have you launched? I don't think you've launched yet. So I don't think we can call them competitors yet because those guys have already done so much. Yeah. So you mentioned about low cost of transaction fees. We already have that. You mentioned about Then, okay, let me leave the other one. Most of the stats you got, you said 1.8 billion people are available and 256 million, 10.6 million. Sorry, I would like to find out how you got those stats, so we know, like, shape. Yeah, it's actually a really nice presentation. Wow. I just need some clarifications. Yeah.
Okay, so the stats, I got the stats from, that is statistical. That means we are targeting millennials. And around the world, we have 1.8 millennials in the world. You can go search it. Yeah, millennials. So I think millennials are more interested in this kind of products. Are not millennials? Yeah. So millennials are interested in the product. So millennials are from 18 to 34.
Oh no.
Okay. So sorry. Okay, Gen Z. So the stat shows those people, like, they are around that 1.8 billion. And from that, we can get 278 million from them, which is about the current people that uses, like, phones, that uses gadgets and stuffs, and 10.6 from Africa, like the whole ecosystem here in Africa. So that's how I get the stats.
Okay. Let's just we'll take 2 more questions before we go to what the judges.
So if I want to get, like, the correct data for the, what's it called? I have to get, like, statica. That gives, like, the whole overview of everything, and you have to pay for that kind of.
You mean Statista? Statista?
Yes. So I did, like just a rough estimate of everything, like the calculation of time and stuff like that. So it can't be, like, correct. So
Okay.
Yeah, so
We'll take
just
2 more questions before we go to what the judges have to say. So.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. I just have a little question that I just need you to clarify on this. You talked about the NFT marketplace, and you also talked about staking, right, on your platform. And we all know that the NFT ecosystem is still evolving, and there are a lot of fake projects. So just imagine someone coming to stake a fake, like, an NFT with no use case on your platform. How do you, because I believe your platform there's supposed to be, like, sustainability. So if someone can actually stake a fake project on your platform and be earning from it, it won't add up to the overall success of your platform. So how do you distinguish, how do you differentiate those people that want to actually stake NFTs with value and people that want to stake fake and NFTs with no use case? Thank you.
Okay. Before you answer that, someone has a related question.
Okay, good question. I already mentioned that.
Okay, thank you. Great presentation. My question is more like, because in the first session today, they talked about, some of these NFT projects, and they have to be of value instead of a lot of people that are just trying to make money. Okay. So my question is, for this kind of platform, how will you ensure that the projects you are partnering with are those kind of projects? Because there's still a large percentage of people that feel that this NFT thing is a bubble and it's going to pass very soon. So how, for purpose of sustainability and then long term, how do you ensure that you're partnering with the right projects?
Okay, good question. For the first question, I already said something about verifying every project and everything you will come into, like, do on the platform. So we have to verify you with an external Web3, what's it called? That will verify you first before we can do anything with your project or as users. For the second questions, we call something utility in NFT projects. You can't just build projects and you say you want to launch it. No. First thing you check is the utility. What is this project offering you? You can't just say for the money. No. Some people do it for the money, NFT flippers, but you have to get, okay, the utility, what's this thing offering me? In the long run, what am I getting? Like the Boyle stuff, I don't know. They just they airdrop like I think token to their holders recently, and it's worth a lot. So people like that will like to stay because of the utility. So something like that. Thank you.
All right. Okay. All right, we'll take one more question. One final question before we... Okay. Okay, let me just clarify. This question is for the previous, is for Chemotronics. Chemotronics? Hello? Someone has a question for you.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Promise. I'm a full-time day trader. So I want to ask you guys a question on Chemotronics. Your IoT that you're building for the carbon credit score, right? So let's say take, for example, like Shell. Let's say you want to build, you want to create an IoT for like Shell. Let's say Shell has lots of OMLs. They have lots of E&Ps across the country. So how do you scale your IoT device to these different subsidiaries of Shell? Because together they generate the average credit score of Shell, right? How do you do that? And then secondly, right, you need the permission of Shell to actually position your IoT device in all these their strategic locations that give you their average carbon credit score. So how do you go about that? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, I guess Shell is not the only energy company, right? Okay, yeah, but when you look at this situation, right, we are not only planning to, we are planning to collaborate, right? So we will plan to talk with people who have more experience in this, right? So the whole idea is we plan to scale up by partnership. So if a company is interested, right, so we have the model already. All what it remains is just to build and scale up. So for example, there are companies like Lanka, NVIDIA, and others that produce IoT devices, right? So it's very easy for us to deploy our model and get it running. So it's just about partnership and scaling up, right? So that
Any more questions?
All right. Yeah, so we'll listen to our judges now. I don't know if they have some things to tell Tim Give.
Yeah, very nice presentation. So I think you mentioned like the total addressable market, like the fact that OpenSys is doing this amount, then Magic Eden is doing this amount, etc. But I mean, there's really no clear plan on how much of that total addressable market you can capture, right? Because there's no, I mean, you're just assuming that yes, because there's this volume in the NFTs market, you are going to be able to capture that. So I couldn't find a real clear advantage that would allow you to capture that market. Well, anyways, nice presentation.
Okay. It was a great presentation. I had a question about the loaning tokens in exchange for NFTs. I wanted to gain more insights on that. And how do you intend to drive that based on the percentage that you have written on the board?
I don't get the percentage. Okay, yes. Okay, for that, for every NFT project, there is pre-sale, there is public, and there is secondary, something like that. So for every pre-sale, you have to get like token to mint the NFT. So if you don't have like the enough token to mint the next big NFT project, you just come to the platform, you request token. After we have verified you, you have credibly verified, and after that, you request the token. And if you request the token and you are worthy of the token, we send the token to you, and you can use the token to mint on the platform. Like on the platform, that's where you mint the NFT. Before you even get the NFT, you must have like NFT before that you can use to stake, like I said before. That's like a collateral for you to pay back the token. And after you stake that token, after you stake that NFT, the NFT can stay there and get you returns like APY in the long run. And for every, like when you pay back the token, we get 1.5%. That is if you request for like maybe Solana and you request for like 5 SO, and when you pay back your 5 SO, we get 1.5%.
So can an NFT lose value?
NFT.
Yeah, can you lose the value? So you have, somebody has staked an NFT and then you took it as a collateral. What if it loses value? How is it effective to you as a business owner?
Good question. Yeah. So NFT can lose value. Yeah. Well, for every NFT project, I think the major thing is the community and the hype. If there's still hype around it and the community is still growing, I think the value is still be there. And the utility, like I said, the utility. So
that means you have to be careful with what NFT.
Yes, yeah, exactly, exactly, correct.
Nice, cool. That's my question.
All right. It's getting really hot. It's getting really hot. So it's actually not supposed to be a very simple one, but we hope the best man wins. Thank you very much, Team Give. Please, it's not easy. All right, let's just introduce. We have some of our judges are just joining us, and I'll just have them introduce themselves. Let's start with Clement.
Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Clement, and I'm a blockchain product designer at Nestcoin, and I'm the founder of Crivital and Web3D. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Mawa. I'm a blockchain engineer at Shard Labs.
Thank you.
Yep. Hello, everybody. My name is Sultan. I'm not a blockchain engineer. I'm just a normal engineer, actually, sure. So I'll be I'll be asking questions more along the business line.
All right. Yeah, so a really huge shout out again to our sponsors, NairaX, Africhange, and Cash Out. Let's give them a round of applause for putting this together. And I think it's one of the, trying to stimulate and encourage, innovations in this space, which is what they are doing. I think that's one of the most important things, to really be doing in this space. And yeah, great one, RX, Africhange, Cash Demo. We love you guys. All right. Yeah, so we'll be moving on to the next pitch now. But before we do that, I don't know if we can step back for a bit, but that'll be taking too much time because I want the new judges, the judges that are just joining us now, to kind of get like a feel of what we've done so far, to see what Team. I'm sure they've seen Team Give. They've actually met Team Give before while they did their first speech virtually. Like I said, the hackathon started earlier than this, but they've also seen Chemotronics. But we'll go on with the other teams and see if we can go back a bit. So the next team to pitch now is Team Block Buddies. Team Block Buddies, where are you? Okay, you're alone? You're doing it alone? All right.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Khadija, and our DAP for this hackathon is called Open Books, a decentralized library/bookstore. Next slide. No, that's not the first slide.
This is not the first slide. Oh, wow.
Okay, yes. So we are all familiar with book piracy, copyright infringement, and the likes. So our problem statement is piracy has created a huge gap between authors and readers, and as well as a decline in the reading and writing culture. So to resurrect this culture of reading and writing, we have decided to use blockchain to solve that problem. Also, next slide. Open Book's purpose is to fight data debt and unintentional or intentional loss of information. I mean, in the decentralized system, someone can easily delete a data from the database. I mean, you might not know if you are not familiar with it, but on the blockchain, because it is immutable, decentralized, nobody owns it. You cannot do anything because nobody owns it. Next slide. So the solution, we're creating a second-hand marketplace for ebooks. For example, we're trying to incorporate, people in school. For example, if you're in 100 level and you're going to 200 level, and you don't need some past questions and some books, you can sell it to your juniors instead of just, leaving it. And then people can resell the books that they bought from an author. Then books are listed globally. I mean, it's on the blockchain. The blockchain is everywhere. Then multiple streams of incomes for authors and readers. So now, one key feature I like about our product is that, when you buy a particular book from the author, you own the rights to the book because the book itself is not unique. I mean, an author can list like 500 pieces, for example, of a particular book. But everybody owns the same book. That's because the book is not unique. But what you own is the cover. And I'll tell you how the cover works. So the cover comes with a unique ID that once you buy it, it is actually, we are trying to link it to OpenSea. So that cover itself is an NFT. So you can also make money. You can also make money off it. Yeah, you can also make money off the cover. So the book you are buying, you are owning the rights to the book itself. And if you want to transfer it to somebody, you just need to transfer the token to another person. But that cover is your own. So everybody has, now the author can list like 500 books and then design the covers differently. On OpenSea, there's a particular picture for one person, but maybe they can just change the color of the avatars. That's how you can differentiate my own avatar from your own. Okay, so that's just the idea. And then on that again, the readers can also make money on our dApps by, we call it read to earn. Next slide. Yes, our features. We have the read to earn models. So if you buy a book from an author, it can actually give you a token for just buying. Or probably if you were trying to incorporate if you drop reviews on this particular book, it can give you a token. So we're trying to partner with Polygon because our dApp is built on Polygon, whereby they can just make their token as a part of reward for any from any actions you take on our dApp. So you can either translate the book, you can read and drop reviews, or just do anything. Escrow payment system. So the escrow payment system is what we are using for our borrow function. So you can also borrow books on our dApp, whereby, so what the escrow does is, the escrow is the middleman between the author and the reader. So if you are borrowing a book, the escrow owes the payment. So when the reader returns the book, the escrow releases the money to the author and the reader. So this is not really possible on the centralized system because if someone borrows a book, the person can run away and the person will not pay. Then low gas fee. Like I said earlier, we're using Polygon because of low gas fee. You can mint a book or list a book for as low as $0.01. Then IPFS system. We're using Filecoin to store all our assets metadata. So we use Filecoin because Filecoin has the capacity to collect a lot of, it has a very large storage facility. Yeah, so verification of ownership on blockchain. You can check the ownership of any book on Polygon scan. You see there, anybody, but you just see the address, not the person's name. You get then commission from his selling. Just like I said in OpenSea, when you when an author sells a book and you want to resell, the author gets commission. So just like that, I mean, continuous flow of income. Next slide. Then benefit of our solution. We're covering the issues of piracy on ebooks, free access to reading resources, and inculcating the reading culture. I mean, if every author is getting, money and they're happy, they'll keep on writing, and then people will keep on reading too. Yeah, so that's just it. Next slide. Next slide. So the tools for our DApp, first it. So we use React library for our UI, then we use Adat and Itas.js for development. Then Polygon network, that's what we use then. Chakra UI, Filecoin for our storage, and Solidity. Okay, so we use Solidity is what we use in writing our smart contract. Next slide. So these are my team members. I'm Khadija. I'm a front-end developer and a blockchain developer. Then my Blessing is a smart contract developer, and Maureen is a front-end developer. And she's over there. Next, she's there. She's at the back. So she's going to show you a demo. So the thing is, we had a little issue while we're trying to deploy on Netlify. So we just demoed with the laptop. Next slide. Yes. So I want to show you how we just have like a small working prototype. Okay, so please just manage this. Okay, yeah, so this is the landing page of our book. It's just, so this is how it is. So when you come here, you have the paid books and you have the free books. So any user can come to our DApp and view a free book, because we want people to experience our, DApp with or without connecting their wallet address. So if you want to perform any action, maybe you see a book and you want to buy, it will prompt you to connect your wallet address no matter what. If you see in the header there, you have a buy a book or sell a book. So buy a book, if you are coming as a reader, you click on that. It will immediately prompt you to connect your wallet account. If you are an author and you want to sell a book, it will do the same thing and tell you to connect your wallet address. So that's it. So she's showing you how the whole thing works. We use Web3 model for this. Then, so she's trying to connect her wallet, and that's it. So immediately, an avatar pops up on the header to show you that, okay, someone has already connected. What's happening?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the author's, this is the buy a book function you get. So when you come here, can you see the avatar there from her wallet address? It shows that she's connected. So you come here, you purchase a book if you like. It's not really working. So yeah, so when you purchase the book, you how will I put it? It sends a message to our smart contract, and then we get at least 2 to 3% per transaction when an author places a book online. And when a reader buys a book, we also get a commission too. And then we're trying to make it open source and even paid. I mean, why not let people contribute to our project and also make money off it? Yeah, so that's just our simple DApp. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, you can just. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people have a lot of questions. Raise your hand if you have questions, please. All right. Wow, a lot of questions. All right, but before we go on, let me just remind you, I think I mentioned it already, that NairaX is doing a giveaway. And to get that, all you have to do is just tweet about the event using the hashtag NairaX@tabs. That's capital N, capital A, and capital T together. Hashtag NairaX@tabs. The highest retweet gets 25,000 Naira, and just tweeting, you can get a merch from NairaX. They actually still have like a really big giveaway coming our way, like really big one. I wish I could participate in that one myself. I'll use the money to flip more NFTs and see if I'll actually make money. Well, I'll just borrow money from Team Give. Team Give wants to borrow. All right, so let's take questions. I just want to take 3 questions. Just 3, 1, 2, 3. You've not asked the question before. Oh, you've asked.
Sorry, I'm standing up again, but very nice product, nice concept. But then you mentioned something, you're tackling piracy. But much of what I saw from the solution is more around buying the books. And how do you tackle piracy? By just selling the book cover, and will users be able to download these books when they pay for it? Because if they are able to download it, then there is no way you can solve piracy with that. So how do you intend to do that on your platform?
So one of the problems we actually had when we were, brainstorming on this is what you just asked. So, I mean, one of the solutions that we would try to, fix is the, if they can download this book, you get. So we want people to be able to maybe, read it there at that spot, like on the blockchain, if it's going to be possible. And then if they can, and the thing is, we are not selling just the cover. I only said the books are not unique because, I mean, there are lots of books. The cover is what makes the ownership, like, is what makes it unique. So if we are, if we can also, store the books, it's just that, it's very hard because if we think of it, one of the possible solutions is to make it centralized, like, keeping the books in a place whereby we would, what's it called? Then people would have access to it, and then we can actually, maybe have like a non-duplicating function or something. But this is actually it's a problem, I know. But I know that we would actually go through it. Would definitely, work things out. But I mean, what we said is that if there's a way they can read it on the blockchain, you understand, like, it's something that we'll still try and figure out. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Kolaole Precious, Market Research Analyst for Olaniwajai. Okay, so one of the things that I actually have to ask, which is also more of a suggestion, right? I don't think you're fully grounded in intellectual property rights and all of those things. So I would have advised you actually got more advice or speak with a couple of legal practitioners so that they will be able to guide you, because you're not so certain about how you're going to be tackling piracy and all of that. So I would advise you do that, number one. And then I think your project is actually very scalable and it can actually begin to run. So you should be able to review first the business model, try to get a business analyst to see how you're going to work about that, and then also get a legal practitioner to be able to guide you and to help you figure out the other aspect. But it's very awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we'll be taking our last question.
My question has to do with the escrow part about borrowing. When you're borrowing, is it that when the author is returning the funds, a certain percent for the book, the fee for borrowing will be removed from it before returning it?
Okay. So
or how does it work?
So this is the idea we had with the borrowing function. So you remember I said we're trying to partner with Polygon, whereby they would use their Matic token as rewards. So one of the rules, as in we have like a lot of rules that has been set in place before you can borrow. Number one, you need to have the Matic token. So if you don't have it, you cannot borrow. Number two, the price for borrowing is like ×2 of when you want to buy it. So it might discourage you. You get, but we are putting it there because we want people to, some people might not want to buy a book and they just want to see what is inside and then that's it. You get, so we are doing that, and then aside owning the token and then before you can actually have the Matic token, you would have actually bought a book or maybe done something with the author. You understand? Maybe read and translate his book or something, because if you don't have it, you cannot actually borrow. So that's just it. And I feel like it would discourage a lot of people from borrowing. And that is why we added the escrow system too. So once you borrow, the escrow system holds the money and then gives the author his own money and then returns your own back to you, the remaining. Like now, if the book is $50, for example, and to borrow is like $150, you get to borrow is $150, but the actual amount to borrow is like, let's say $70. The escrow owes, you pay $150, the escrow owes everything, and then once you are done, it gives the author 70 and then returns your own. It's just like a collateral or something. Okay. Did I answer your question?
Sorry, are you okay? So another way the escrow works is that on the platform there'll be actions that a reader can perform, such as example, an author will say, come and drop a review about a book, who can translate. So the escrow holds the token, and when you as a reader come on the platform and you perform this action, the escrow releases the token to you upon performing those actions.
Okay. Like you mentioned something about putting something on the cover that will make it authentic.
Okay, so this is it. You are uploading
in a situation whereby you borrow, you are actually having access to the authentic one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how
to the unique
one?
listing.
Yes. So how does that work?
Okay, so for books that are being borrowed, they don't come with that cover, and you can't access the cover if you are not buying. Do you get? So that's just it.
Okay. Yeah, let's now take comments from our judges. The judges who... The audience are our jury. The judges are our judges. All right, so they make the final... They'll do the final judgments, and, you know, by the end of the day, we'll know who'll be walking away with the prizes that we have. So let's start with Sultan.
Hello? Okay, it's clear. Really nice presentation, actually, and I'm trying to comment from the business side. Now, first, the business model around the price of borrowing, more expensive than the price of buying, is a little bit flawed, in my own opinion, actually. And if the goal is to discourage people from borrowing and get more people from buying, there are other ways you could solve that. That's one. Number two is the more incentive. If I'm going to pay $70 to borrow and the price to buy is $50, it does not make any business sense actually in that area at all. The price for borrowing probably should be around, let's say, $10 or $15. Now the idea there is more people would want to borrow. Now the value-added advantage that comes with buying is the NFT you mentioned. That's the cover. If you borrow, you don't get the cover. Understandable. So I don't know why I should pay more, not get the cover, and still have limited time with the product again, and I still have to stake 3 times the cost of the product itself. I think that particular part is 100% flawed, especially when you are... one of the criteria actually that I'm using to judge is the value for the continent. I don't know if you are aware, but what that means is you are in a continent with a very low purchasing power, and you are charging that high to borrow, not even to buy. So I don't know, you are in Africa, you are in Nigeria, the minimum wage is how much again? Like 18,000 naira. So I think you should think around that particular part actually. It's very important. Thank you.
So,
okay, so my own point is to the question that some of the audience asked about how do you actually solve the privacy problem, right? So there's something called DRM, right, where you can use that to secure digital items like books, music, movies. That's what Netflix does, right? So the only thing is that you have to own the old, the old chain, right? So you own the delivery methods, right? You have a mobile app, you have your website, and you implement DRM in it, right? And then you prevent a lot of things. You prevent like screenshots, etc., right? So yes, it's possible, it's doable. In fact, people can even download the book without, and then once the time is expired, like the book itself is already encrypted on the device, so they can't share it elsewhere. They can't access it except through your app or something like that. So yeah, so that's the solution to the. But otherwise, otherwise your ideas is great, right? Yeah. Good.
Thank you.
Mayowa, you want to?
Yeah, hi. I think it's a great idea, and presentation was good as well. And I share the same sentiments with other judges about fixing piracy. right? And also fixing the business model of the idea as well. Yeah, I think that's
Okay, Clement.
Thank you. So I think personally you guys have made like some incredible progress from the last time we talked about this. I remember during the virtual hackathon, you guys mentioned tokenomics, and I was like, no, that's not the first thing you should be thinking about, because you obviously want to build a product that resonates well with your community. You want to use it as a test phase to understand if this product is actually solving a particular problem before you now think about tokenomics. Your investors will not be interested with what you're doing if tokenomics is your first thing. One thing I want to also talk about is the design. For design, I don't think you should, no matter how it is, whether it's a pitch or it's an MVP, you shouldn't use lorem ipsum on your dApp. It's a turn-off, right? I'm saying that because I was looking at, when you were demonstrating it, the dApp, I was looking at it and I was kind of like trying to figure out, okay, is it a dApp where as someone who is selling a book, I can have my name in there? And I was looking for it. I was like, okay, is it going to be anonymous, being the fact that it's a decentralized dApp, is it a decentralized application? And I was looking for where the name is. And when I finally saw it, what I saw was lorem ipsum. It's not good, because, I mean, you want to put a definite name that your prospective investor or maybe like the judges are seeing, and they say, okay, they can relate that this is owned by someone, even if it's an MVP. For value of the continent, I'm not entirely sure where your scope of audience you're looking at. Are you looking at Africa? Are you looking at Nigeria? Because I bet you in Nigeria nobody will buy a book, because nobody wants to read a book. Everybody's tired. People just want to make money as quickly as possible. Personally, I won't go and buy a book, right? So I'm trying to understand. I think something you need to make clear is who are your target audience? Are there people like in the United States? I know people like reading. In UK, people like reading, right? So are those your target audience? By the time you get to marketing, right? Is that the target you're going to be locating for people to use your dApp, or your target audience is Nigeria? Because if it is, then it's not going to sell. Then lastly, I think for functionality, it was actually good. The dApp is actually quite working fine. On the blockchain side, I'm not entirely sure, because it didn't do like end-to-end. But I think from what I saw, functionality I think is actually good. So great work.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. It has been interesting so far. Really interesting solutions by the different teams, pitching their solutions. All right. So we'll be taking the next team now, the last and final team, and that is Team JPS. Am I right? Team JPS, please, let's have you on stage. Please, a round of applause for Team JPS.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Daniel. Hello, judges and audience from Team JPS. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Okay, my name is Daniel, and very quickly I would like to grant us insight into a couple of things. First, Gen Zs. Gen Zs, like we all know, are a very expressive generation. This is a generation that prefers to be a TikToker than work a regular 9-to-5 job. A generation that prefers to binge watch a movie all day, do fast food, do fast fashion, and watch 1,000 short videos on social media than a 2-hour stretch movie. Next are non-fungible tokens, NFTs. Nigeria is the number 6th biggest adopters of NFT. Word on the street says that NFTs are the next big thing, the new cryptocurrency. Our brothers from Ghana recently sold the dancing coffin meme art for roughly over $1 million, and that's quite huge. Next is fashion. The fashion industry is estimated to be about $759 billion. about $759 billion. If I am going to be more specific, digital fashion is estimated to be at about $50 billion. Recently, can we move to, recently D&G just set a world record for $6 million for their fashion NFTs, and that's quite large. According to Business Insiders, the purchasing power for Gen Zs per year is at about $200 million per year. And that brings me to our platform, Express. Express is an online marketplace that enables absolutely anybody buy African fashion digital assets that can be worn on their pictures and used in their metaverse. I repeat, Express is an online marketplace that enables absolutely anybody buy or sell, but most importantly, wear NFTs, African fashion assets, on their pictures and in the metaverse. An example is this. We have an NFT shoe, and we have it being virtually worn on a picture here. We also have an NFT jacket that is also being virtually simulated on your picture here that can be worn, posted on social media, and at the same time used in metaverse. A quick story. I'm sure that, where's Mr. Bolu? Mr. Bolu here is a Wizkid FC fan, and I'm sure we have people in this building who are also 30BG fans, or my brother here who likes Odogu Malay. And I'm saying that, take for example, Davido decides to launch a digital asset of his 30BG necklace that can be sold exclusively to his fans, that can be worn, simulated on their pictures that they can post on social media, and at the same time, it grants them exclusive access to his premium lifestyle and exclusive events. I'm going to hand over to Joshua to take us through the business model and a couple of other things.
All right, thank you very much, Ado. Right, so I'll be going straight up into the market's acquisition strategy. All right, so like you mentioned earlier, our platform is all about, using, buying, and, applying these digital fashion assets in our day-to-day life, right? So our market acquisition strategy is to first onboard 3D fashion artists to put their works on our platform. 2 is to build our community and educate users. As we all know, the success of Web3 is built around community. And currently, right now, we have a sizable number of people in our own community, which is still growing. 3 is to launch our own fashion NFTs from our own 3D designers team and sell to the community. 4 would be to partner with brands, fashion designers, or organizations to help create their own digital fashion assets, NFTs, and make charges for it. Next slide. All right, so our current business model is making a 2% charge fee upon every successful NFT sold. 2 is partnering with brands, fashion designers, organizations to create their fashion NFT and charge 15% off whatever they are willing to sell it for. So our current financial projections say we'll make a 20,000 in sales, we'll be at a gross profit of about $400. Down the line from 10 million in sales, we'll be at a gross profit of $200,000. This is minus the 15% charge that we're making from fashion brands that we're helping create their digital fashion clothing, right? So our partnership model is to partner with Africa Red. They just recently opened, and MTN recently bought some plot of land in the metaverse. This is the first African Decentraland metaverse, right? Then partner with African NFT communities and DAO communities to help advertise the brand. And also, because of the accessibility, we are trying to include Laser Pay, to include fiat payments for easy adoption and access to payments on our platform. Next slide. So for further emphasis, let's say, like you said earlier, let's say we partner with Davido and we help create these digital fashion assets, right? And so he can sell to his fans because they want to see, let's say he says that buy these assets, you get to see how I brush my teeth in the morning, for instance, right? So we are attaching a use case and putting the value on what fashion designers already have currently in the space, right? So same with Davido or Yomi Casual. For example, Yomi Casual is a bespoke fashion tailor. Say we create his own fashion, digital fashion clothing for him. He can sell to his fans or to the public at large, at which they can wear without necessarily having the physical clothing. And of course, they can use in their metaverse profiles. Next slide. So one of the things that we are trying to promote is sustainable fashion. And like Senator said earlier, we are trying to attach value to the fashion industry that is already existing currently. Mark Cuban said something. He said, this is like the internet days all over again. NFTs are going to be huge, and this is the holy grail. These are my team members, myself, and my co-founders. Oyelak Joshua, the PM for this. Ado, the branding and marketing. Promise, front-end developer and UX lead. And Erile Folashade, Web3 UX designer and researcher. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a demonstration for our video right there. Yes.
Okay, so this is our demo, right, of the landing of the product. So once you click on that, yeah, it's not really clear. You get to buy, then you proceed to payment. You choose the payment system. After you've connected wallet, of course, now your order was successful. Then this is like the dashboard where you get to use the particular NFT that you've bought. Then you upload your picture. Then after uploading your picture, it takes a while. Then you get the rendered format on this. And for emphasis again, these NFTs can be retraded on secondary marketplaces, but you cannot get to use them on secondary marketplaces. You have to come back to this platform if you actually want to use them, and it's in your wallet address. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Give. Thank you.
JPS.
Sorry. Don't be annoyed. Team JPS, thank you very much. This time we'll only be taking one question from the audience. Anybody from the audience that has a question? All right, let's just go straight to our judges.
Okay, so I took some notes on when you guys were. First of all, one of the things I want to commend is your teamwork. I'm a big fan of teamwork, right? And for some of the team that have kind of like given their presentation, both virtual and here, if there's one thing that I've noticed is the teamwork you guys displayed here. So there was something you did. When you were done, you called your business developer to come and talk about the next thing, right? It is typical for most founders to just want to say everything. They want to do everything because they just want to be on the limelight, which is not good, because you can already tell how things goes around on Slack. You can tell. Something I noticed here it said is Express. The brand says Express, but you call it JPS, so I'm confused there.
The team name is JPS.
Oh, Team JPS, but the product itself is Express. Yeah. All right. What I see you guys building is something similar to what a product called Artifact. I don't know if you've seen it, if you've heard of it. Artifact is actually one of like a really cool NFT product. For the first time, I'm very, very biased when it comes to NFTs, to be honest. I am very biased about it. I feel NFT is overrated, to be honest. It's really overrated. I don't see myself buying a photo that Sabinus is probably shouting about, and I'm buying it for $1 million. But when you put NFTs to use cases like licenses, like rent or stuff, something that can actually be relatable to human being, I think that is when NFT becomes more sensible. And what you guys are doing makes a lot of sense, because fashion is, like you said, Gen Z. I love the fact that you typically said Gen Z, because that's like the generation we're in right now. And they're fashion people, they are tech people, right? So it's kind of relatable. So I see something really similar to what you guys are doing with Artifact. Artifact was actually bought by Nike sometime that was towards the ending of last year. And it was a big one, right? So you can get to a point where the likes of, Dolce & Gabbana are buying you up, right? Then last thing, I saw something about you making 2%.
Yeah, on every sales.
On every sales. First of all, how is your server, your infrastructure, how's it?
Okay, so we are building currently on Polygon network, right? So
everyone is building on Polygon network right now.
Right, so we currently have our front end ready, but we are still at that phase of integrating the front end with the back end.
So you're going to have front end, you're going to have back end, you're going to have blockchain.
Yeah.
Trust me, 2% will not work. It won't. I have one of my team lead here that's working on a product. Is the head of technical, and is actually quite good at what he do. I think just yesterday, he sent me the bill that AWS is charging us on staging. We have not even started using the app yet, but it was on staging, and I was shouting. right? So, and at some point, the percentage we are taking or we are going to be taking is nothing. It's actually more than what you're taking. But what I'm saying now is that 2% eventually might not work, because by the time you put in those factors, eventually you might be running into loss.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hi. So nice presentation. At least this presentation is about really using NFT for something. So it's not just another marketplace, right? I really like that. But I have a couple of questions. One, you need creators, right? There are no, well, Clement has experience trying to get, so there's a depth of enough knowledge in terms of like creating 3D designs, creating 3D art, right, for the metaverse, whatever, right? Probably you could find less than 500 people that could do this, especially in this market, right? What are you going to do as a marketplace that's relying on the output of these people? You understand? What are you going to do to incentivize or maybe train more people, whatever? What's that goal like? Because if you don't have supply, you cannot sell. So what's going on there?
All right, thank you very much. Actually, currently we have 2 3D designers, right, on the team. But like we said earlier, we are looking to onboard, and we are still like trying to get a list which is quite scarce. So, but we are looking to implement that, also train people right from scratch by getting resources to train people as to how to actually do this and, you know, make this stuff popular, because there are not actually really a lot of 3D fashion artists. Thank you.
If you can find stuff. So another question is about like the portability, right? For example, I come to your platform and I buy a cool art for I have an avatar in Decentraland, for example. How do I take that art from your platform and onto my Decentraland character?
Okay.
And then I want to open another account on Sandbox, which is another metaverse world. How do I take that same art to Sandbox, for example, right? So I want to, and then Facebook, they have their own metaverse as well. How do I take that same art to the Facebook platform as well?
Okay, right on the dashboard there is a section where we call port, right? So when you particularly click on that, it gives you, there is a pop-up where you put in an email address where you can actually get the file formats you need. Port is actually for games, for metaverse and all. So you could get the file format where you could use in wherever Sandbox or what have you that you're actually going to be taking the digital fashion stuff to.
Yeah, but so so it's not about the picture. It's not the picture itself I'm taking to those places. Like those things has to be on the blockchain in their platform. If they are based on Facebook's blockchain, that NFT has to actually be minted on that blockchain for me to be able to use it. Do you understand? So yeah, you need to think about that. So
Okay,
it's not just
you.
taking the picture there.
Okay, thank you very much.
I would also like to just say that our Web3 developer couldn't make it here with us, so they would have been in best position to give answers.
Hi. So I remember in the virtual presentation, I spoke to you about building your community and partnerships. So what have you done about that since then?
We currently have a sizable number. We started with Telegram, and we hope that if we do hit the large number we want, we can move to Discord. Engagements are going on already with the sensitization, Twitter Spaces, and a couple of other things in plan for engagements with the community.
Okay, so let's talk about the tech. So, you said none of you is a developer.
He's a front-end developer and UI designer.
Okay. So how do you guys get the 3D models to, stay on the characters?
Come again?
Have you started building that yet? How do you wear the 3D models?
Okay. So presently, this is like rendered, right? When the picture comes, right? When you upload the picture, this is rendered like manually, right? Some AI codes could be done, but like we are not at that phase here. So this is rendered on the 3D software, 3D. Cyclo 3D, then Marvelous Designer also. So this is rendered on the pictures, right, of the user, and is delivered right back to them on their profile.
And that already works. Like,
yeah. We've not tried that out, but we've seen models of that working. So and we are still on the phase of doing that. But we have like our own 3D fashion, but we've not exactly rendered them. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
I just remembered you said something during your presentation. You mentioned something about using laser pay, and this is NFT related. How is it connected?
Okay. Why I mentioned that is because now the adoption rate in the Web3 is pretty low actually. So because of inclusiveness and accessibility, we thought that okay, if we could include a fiat payment on the platform to where people could pay with the normal fiat payments that we have, right? And laser payers payment structures and APIs that could do that. So we could deploy that. It's just okay, that's for the creator, right? They have to connect their wallets to actually mint the NFTs on the platform and put it on the platform.
I'm sorry, but is the end goal not for users to actually buy these NFTs?
Yes, it is.
So how do they buy it from the blockchain? Like, how do they own it inside the blockchain?
Okay, they can pay if they connect their wallet, right? That's the current one that we have on the ground now.
The question now is, if you have that, how is LaserPay now connected to it?
It's just more of like an inclusion, say fiat payment option.
Okay, all right.
I don't know if that makes sense.
All right. Thank you very much, Team JPS. Really, like I said, we have very interesting teams doing really interesting stuff. And I'm sure our judges are taking notes. And very soon we'll be announcing the winner of the TABS Web3 Hackathon 2022. And, well, I don't want to say who I'm rooting for. So it will not be like, But really interesting pitches we've seen so far. And yeah, like I said, I told you NairaX has, one very big giveaway they're planning. And this is the time to announce it. All right. So NairaX has another demo. It's called the Cash Out Live demo. And we'll be taking that before we take the judges' final comments. And then the judges will come together, choose their winners. I think they're already doing that. Please pray for your favorite teams so that they win. Okay. All right. So once we're done with that demo, the judges will come on stage, give their final comments, and announce the winners. We'll be having first place, second place, and third place. So one of the teams will not be going home with anything, but I'm sure they'll be going home with some very interesting feedback to work on some of the solutions they've been building. So the NairaX Cash Out Live demo is going on now. Okay, so you want to scan this. This demo will actually be telling you how the Cash Out Live product works, and you can actually win. If what I'm saying here is true, you can actually win 100,000 naira and some merch with this demo. So what you just have to do is. So the demo will end with an announcement that anyone that signs up and shares their link using the hashtag NairaX at tab 3. Hashtag NairaX at tab 3 and hashtag my cash out link will stand a chance to win 100,000 naira. So participants, audience, everyone stands a chance to win something here. So it's not only the Web3, the hackathon participants that will be going on with something, even the audience too will be going on with something. Are you scanning? Are you winning? For those online, I think we have some people. We have a lot of people watching us online. You can also scan and be a part of this. I should probably do that to myself, but I already want to borrow money from Team Give already, so I don't need to do this. Team Give, you borrow me the token. That's what you pitched. Okay. All right. Big shout out to NairaX for this. This is really amazing for sponsoring the hackathon. These giveaways, like NairaX is doing amazing stuff, and also there's giveaway for people who actually download and sign up on the NairaX app. I'm sure you can find it on Google Play Store and the App Store. So just sign up. NairaX has something for you, and I'm sure you've also been to the NairaX stand. You've spoken to people there. They've told you more about this, more about the product, and the amazing things you can do with the NairaX product. All right. So I hope people have scanned. I hope people have won. Please, if you win, let me know you're the one that won it. Don't worry, I'm not. I just want to know. All right. So the next thing now will be taking the final comments from our judges. They've seen, they've seen pitches from all 4 teams. We actually started with 11 teams, actually, but these are the best 4 that made it so far, and obviously from their pitches, they made it up to this stage for a reason. All right, so let's take our final thoughts from our comments on everything we've seen so far today. Let's start with Sultan.
Okay, so final comment on everything, all of them, all the teams. I'll probably want to speak on just the last two. All right. Okay, thank you very much. Team JPS, that was the last team, right? And team the book baddies. Block. Not this book actually, my bad, sorry. Okay, so as I said again, the value for the continent is one of the major criteria, and the payment structure for a low purchasing power continent is pretty high. Therefore, the designs are pretty normal and basic. I mean, this is the MVP stage. You don't need too much design, which is 100% okay actually. Yeah, in terms of functionality, it looks like you know exactly what you're building, and to me again it looks like you are intentionally overcomplicating the whole idea itself. I mean, basically there are platforms that could do 3 or 4 of the things you want to do, but just to make it more technical, you decide to just pick one here, pick one here, pick one here, which is nice actually. Investors will like something like that actually, so that's 100% cool actually. For Team JPS, the design was basic. Again, design is not the major goal here at the moment, so totally understandable actually. In terms of functionality, I'm not really feeling much of the functions that I'm seeing for now, and it does not look like you have answers to some of the questions that I would probably want to ask. Yeah, practicality, how feasible it is for what you've decided to build. For the book, it's interesting because you have, let's even leave the technology aside actually, you have more to face in terms of compliance and fixing piracy. For example, let me give an analogy now. If you want to tackle piracy, your best bet is to make sure that everything happens in-app, so that people don't screenshot, they don't take copies, they don't download and sell to other people. But the issue is that's going to affect the value of the continent, because you don't want people to always be online before they can access the book. That's the issue. So one of your key selling points would have been, people can even download our books, but once they download it again, how do you ensure piracy? That's it. You can literally not really encrypt offline any longer. So just take a look more at the compliance and speak to people that actually, I think for everybody actually, both those that are doing the carbon, those that want to partner with Shell, there is not really not a lot of incentive for a lot of all these companies to partner with you, a startup. You are not giving them any incentive for Shell to partner with you and give you all their partners for them to use your IoT. So I think you look for the you look for the incentive for them actually. So business is two ways. Whatever business actually you see happening is two ways. It's not just, oh, we've built this thing. We are going to tell Shell to use it. We are going to tell people to Facebook to give us API. We are going to tell this to happen. So we are going to fix it into the metaverse. There's no incentive for the other party. They're not going to do anything, and they don't owe you anything. So you cannot build a business on the idea that your partners will be generous and decide that, oh, this guy is, I like this guy's suit. Let's integrate their IoT. That's the issue. So just think about the partnership and speak to people that are in that field. I think that would help a lot. Thank you very much.
Okay. Clement is gone, and Mayowa, do you have some final thoughts for the participants?
Yeah, hi. So for Team Give, I think that's a team that has the loans where you can use your NFTs, stick your NFTs for loans, right? And one of the judges asked about, if the NFTs lose their value, what do you do? Okay, so I feel like you need to, products like this already exist, right? So you need to understand the economics of loans generally, right? Particularly liquidation, right? So because one of the things you're supposed to do is to create a market for liquidators. So whenever any of these NFTs or whenever any of those loans, right, below a certain, collateral factor, or they've lost, some value, you're calling liquidators to, liquidate those loans by buying the NFTs, and then you also get them a discount, liquidation discounts as well. So you have to put that in place, right? You also have to have oracles and all of those things that are continuously monitoring, the prices of those loans. Overall, you eventually have to have some insurance in place, right? Because you may not have liquidators to, help with, liquidating some loans early enough or even quickly enough, right? So you have to just put all those mechanisms in place to protect, the market, protect the users. Yeah, okay. For Team Block Buddies, I think I like the idea. I just feel they should try to simplify it a little bit more, right? Reduce the complications that has to do with reading books. And I feel it would be nice if they focused on, if they picked an area to focus on. Maybe, for example, focus on solving the piracy issue, right? So all of those things that all the judges have mentioned in the past, try to fix them first before they start talking about monetization of the platform itself. Or they focus on monetization and then don't talk about piracy at all. And find some other business model to incentivize booksellers and publishers to come and use their platform, right? And allow them handle piracy by themselves. They could do that. For Chemotronics? Okay, Chemotronics, I always forget that name. I really like your idea because it's very interesting, right? And I think it's a well-formed idea. I'm just still, just like we spoke at the virtual event, I'm just a little bit, concerned about partnerships, right? Because all the data you're going to get about, the carbon emissions of some of these companies, are they willing to give it to you? But one thing you said is, since, these companies want to be proud of their carbon footprint and how much, carbon they are not emitting or whatever, they will easily want to give it out. So it's more like, okay, we all want to show you, how well we are doing, right? Therefore, we have no reason to keep the data. We're going to give it to you. So something like that. So I feel like, because of that, you might be able to. Well, I really don't know. Right? So, but if you can really sort out partnerships, I think it's going to be cool. And what's the last thing? JPS. Yeah. Yes. JPS is an interesting idea. NFTs and all. I just feel like your tech. I feel like I don't want to be. Well, I feel like you need a very strong tech team, to bring your ideas to life. You get now. It's a very interesting idea, but like Clement mentioned, a company that was acquired by Nike, right? If you go and check the team, one of the key things about products is, the team, right? If your team is not very strong technically in particular areas, the best thing you can just do is to scale down your idea, right? The thing is, you can always pivot, from idea to idea until you find what works for you. Okay, but if you pick a very complicated idea, with a very weak team, it's not really going to work. Sorry, with an inappropriate team, yeah, it's not really going to work, right? So I just feel, it's either you find a way to build a very, very strong team around your idea, or you try to pivot, from that particular thing to something else. I think, is anyone else that wants to know about that? All right, thanks.
All right. So those are the final thoughts on each team's pitch and their performance. So I think the biggest takeaway of this should be how these teams can actually improve on the things that they've created. Interesting solutions, I'm sure you can all agree. And so the important thing is, how can they, improve on what they've built? How can they take, what the judges have said, the feedbacks they've been given, to build maybe something else or even improve on what they've built already. So the judges are going through their notes now. They will be announcing the winners in the next few seconds. Can we have some kind of like music going on, like do-do-dum, do-do-do-dum, do-do. I don't know, something like that. All right. Yeah. So the Techpoint editorial team might, also want to talk to, any team that has really done something really interesting, that has really improved on what the judges have said. They might want to talk to you, probably even do a feature or do a story, something like that. So they'll reach out to you. I have your contacts. I'll give it to them. They reach out to you and they might do something on that. All right, shout out again to Narex. Please let's give Narex a round of applause. We are here today because of them. All right, yes. No music. You don't have that kind of music. I'll just do it with my mouth. Please let me see some form of excitement, please. And just give a round of applause to every team that has pitched here today. They've done amazing work. The amount of improvements they've put, from the time, where we had the virtual pitches and what they are pitching today, they've really gone back to do their homeworks. All right. So, yeah, we know our winners now, and we'll be presenting them. The judges will be coming on stage to present the winners of Tab's Web3 Hackathon 2022. All right. Yes. Can we have our judges on stage now? Okay, judges, can we come on stage now? Okay. Akiyemi is the representative for the judges. All right. So, who is the third?
So everyone tried, and the presentations were really good. and we really want to see more innovations in, this community. So don't feel bad if you weren't. So the third position goes to JPS.
A round of applause for Team JPS. Where's Team JPS? Team JPS, please come on stage. They are bringing your check. Team JPS, amazing work. So, we are presenting this to you on behalf of Naira X and Techpoint. Okay. All right, let's take pictures. All right, a round of applause for Team JPS.
For the other presentation, the other judge can come on. Maiwa.
All right, Maiwa will be presenting the team coming second for the TABS Web3 Hackathon 2022. A round of applause. All right, Maiwa, who are we presenting this to?
Okay, so as Aki had said, I think everyone put in their best efforts into it, and all the ideas were very good. The team that came second is Block Buddies.
Team Block Buddies, the all ladies team. Please come on stage. Is it Book Buddies? It's because people were doing book, Kenny, so they thought they were Book Buddies. Let's change the name before your check bounce. Block. Because they might bounce your check when you get to the bank. All right, a round of applause for Team Block Buddies. Okay. Okay, this is the moment we've been waiting for, and presenting this will be Mr. Ekene, co-founder, CEO, Naira X.
And the winner is Chemotronics.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Blockchain for clean energy. I must be a part of this picture, please. Can I squeeze myself in somehow? Okay. A round of applause for Team Chemotronics. All right. Thank you very much. So with this, we have come to the end of the TABS Web3 Hackathon. If you had a great time, please shout on top of your voice. Jesus Christ. Is it because... No, now. Say we did give away, we did everything. Please, now. You did not participate. If you wanted to win money, you will have applied for the hackathon. But please, a round of applause for all the teams. A round of applause for Naira X. A round of applause for Techpoint. A round of applause for myself. They don't even like me. All right, thank you very much for being a part of this. It has been awesome so far. Great work to all the participants. Great work to our judges. Thank you so much to our judges. All right, pictures for all the participants and all the judges. Okay, yeah, let me send something. Okay, hold on. Do we have anyone from... Okay, we have someone from the NaraX team here. Okay, good. The winners, the three winners only. And you stay, please. Outside? Okay.